Ladies and gentlemen, I think we've got it. We're going to roll with a testing, 1, 2, 3, testing, 1, 2, 3. Welcome to this stream, ladies and gentlemen, and I am excited to get started here tonight. I'm just sitting down, making myself a mixed drink on this Friday, August 13th. We will get started with my first Xbox Series X stream, and I'm excited about this. We're going to get all into the Xbox here tonight. I am going to swoon. I might as well call this Xbox Aloy because I am openly swooning. I will be back in about 2 minutes. Sit tight, and thank you all for joining me here tonight on a Friday night. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's do this. 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. Welcome, each and every one of you to BauerKillz Friday Night Arsenal stream. Thank you for being here. First and foremost, let's get that out of the way. It's a Friday night. There's a whole lot of things that y'all could be doing on the other side of that lens, and the fact that you are here means the world to me, whether you're here for 30 seconds or 3 hours or anywhere in between. Thank you guys for supporting me. I appreciate that you're here. First of all, happy Friday. Second of all, it's not water or Sprite. We'll just leave it at that. And third of all, I am going to go off tonight. Maybe give a little bit of a preview of a video I'm working on, which is my Xbox Series X first impressions. You could say they're positive. Maybe. Depending on what reality we're living in, because with everything going on in the world, it doesn't seem like anybody can agree on any single, instance of what is reality. But I can't think the last time I've been this impressed with the console. Everything from the unboxing experience, things that small, to the games that I'm playing and what I've been able to experience from a user interface, a controller perspective. I think it might be Nintendo 64. I had somebody to come into the stream or on one of the videos. I got my buzz on. Came in and said it's the most impressed that they've been since the Nintendo 64, and I think I agree. This was close to being like tops, but then I remembered Super Nintendo existed, and that Super Nintendo came with Super Mario World, and shortly thereafter, Link to the Past dropped. Don't think that's ever going to be topped, but this is in that realm, okay? And I went into this objectively. That's my whole thing. You guys know me, right? I'm the anti-shill. I'm going to be objective. I'm going to be honest, and it's not to say that this doesn't have some issues, right? I had some issues with the with privacy settings where I had to reset some things and do a few things so that you guys aren't seeing my personal information, because I know you'd be banging down the door for autographs and not trying to come shoot me, right? But I ran into some issues here and there, but overwhelmingly positive. And I'm looking literally right now at my PlayStation 5 and it's gathering dust. And there are games on there that I will still play and fully intend to. But my God, is this system an absolute champion and monster in every sense of the word. And I'm sure that that'll come out as we talk a little bit more here tonight and play through a couple of different games. I'm thinking, guys, we're going to play some Halo. It's going to be another video that's coming out here very soon. I got a couple Xbox themed ones that are coming. I want to cover my journey through the Halo series. Last weekend sat down, just banged out the first game's campaign, and I'm just blown away, man, by how well the gameplay holds up. And you've got that native upgrade, right? I think it's upscaled to 4K. It's operating in 60 frames per second, and I'm playing the frickin' Master Chief Collection, which allows you to kind of toggle between updated anniversary graphics or the original graphics, which is what I played through with, at least in the first game, at will, the press of a button. But I can't believe how I just got done last year playing what I consider to be my favorite first-person shooter ever, tied with Doom Eternal, or Duke Nukem 3D, that buzzdo, Doom Eternal. To come out of a game as incredible as Doom Eternal when it comes to how a first-person shooter operates, how it handles, everything that goes into that, and then go back 20 years, literally, not being hyperbolic here, literally 20 years ago to a game that released in 2001, and for it to hold up even by those standards, that's timeless. That's timeless. And I've thoroughly enjoyed playing through what I've seen so far of Halo 2, and I fully intend, before Halo Infinite comes out, because I'm going all in on Halo Infinite, I ain't playing Call of Duty, I ain't playing Battlefield, and there'll be a video coming on that one as well. Stay far away from Battlefield. At least that's my recommendation if I were you, for a wide variety of reasons. But tune into the channel for that video. We'll talk a little bit more about that. But I also want to play this game here, The Ascent, and show that off a bit, because this game is a textbook example of what's wrong in this industry right now when it comes to the critics who are supposed to be telling us the truth, and they're just simply not. This game is rocking a 67 on Metacritic right now. I mean, I'm literally speechless at how ridiculous that is for such a wide variety of reasons. Again, I'm kind of kicking around an idea of doing a video on that. Long story short, The Ascent should be considered a powerhouse exclusive for the Xbox Series X console. Objectively, it's fantastic. Whether you like Cyberpunk or not, whether you like twin stick shooters with RPG elements or not, it's objectively a phenomenal game. Anybody that gives it anything less than an 8, at the absolute worst, flat out compromised. They're not being honest with you. So you see like a large group of people who have given it the scores that it deserves and have noted it. Yeah, it can be buggy at times, and the UIs and the text can be a little bit small, and some of these minor things. And then you see people complaining that it doesn't cover themes of corporate slavery enough. And, you know, people taking their frustrations very clearly, and CD Projekt Red's failure of a game called Cyberpunk, and kind of bringing now those frustrations to this game and applying them where they don't belong, because The Ascent, it's the best from an atmospheric standpoint, hands down. And we'll see some of that tonight. It is the best Cyberpunk atmosphere ever. I think it's better than any Cyberpunk film I've seen. The sense of place, unbelievably tangible and palpable. I've been struggling to kind of think about a comparison of a game world that puts you this directly into its environment and has this kind of atmosphere. But essentially, for those of you who have played Dead Nation, imagine if Dead Nation had a baby with Diablo 3, and then they had kids that were kind of like shades of the Division 2 and parts of that from like the bounty system and some of the loots and the weapons. And then they had a second kid that, you know, was just, you know, kind of like a bunch of these other awesome games like, you know, Mass Effect aesthetics, Star Wars from film. And then they grew up in the house that's made out of that incredible atmosphere that was promised to us by CD Projekt Red, but they never delivered. That's The Ascent in a nutshell. So I think I want to play that too. But I'm just really glad y'all are here. I also have a video coming on Game Pass as well. Very excited to kind of address this elephant in the room. I've seen so many comments on my videos about Game Pass is only for low tier games and trash games. Nope. Because there are multiple Game of the Year contenders from 2020 and some winners that are currently sitting there, as well as powerhouses like Microsoft Flight Simulator. Today, Hades dropped, so I could go spin that up right away if I wanted to. And I probably will at some point. But imagine your PlayStation library, and except yeah, that's Game Pass. And let me tell you something. Anytime something leaves the service, it's 20% off, just by extension. Yeah, it's leaving the service. If that happened with the Ascent, I would part with that money immediately to continue playing it. But I'm not going to really have any worries with that because it takes so long for games to leave the service. I couldn't be more impressed with this whole concept around ownership and what it means and how Game Pass is challenging those notions, but also breathing new life and on the developer side of things. But I'm not going to really get too into all of these types of things as much tonight. I just want to play some frickin' games and hang out with you guys. That's what I want to do here tonight. I'm thrilled you are here, as I mentioned before. A lot of great videos and content coming this week. I apologize, I did not get a chance to get a video out this week, but I've got multiple videos in the works. I actually started a new job, for those of you who don't know. I had a significant promotion. I moved to another organization, and the work-life balance, I'm trying to develop a new cadence, right? Figuring out when I got to shoot, how I'm going to edit, and figure, all of this stuff out in order to get back into my regular schedule. And most importantly, continue to spend time with my kids and my wife and my faith and all that good stuff. Also taking priority, but I think I figured out what I need to do. I just need to start shooting on Sunday nights and then editing throughout the week so that when every Friday rolls around, ideally a video drops, and then we are right here for an Arsenal stream. That's the goal. And then in 2022, we'll see if we can ramp that up a little bit to get out multiple videos a week. I've got a lot of stuff kicking around here, ladies and gentlemen. So stay tuned for more on that. But that's enough talk out of me. Bit verbose tonight because, again, there's something going on. Let's take a look at chat here before we hop in. You know what? You guys are my audience. I want you to select what we play first. You guys want to see me play through some Halo 2 with the updated graphics? And by the way, the cutscenes look at times photorealistic. It's unbelievable that work that has gone into modernizing Halo, the Halo series, and I'm sure they probably did this with Halo 3 and some of the others in the series, but in the Master Chief Collection. But I mean, the cutscenes are they look like they were made this year. They're beautiful, and I was not expecting that. So I've actually been playing Halo 2 kind of with the Anniversary Edition graphics and cutscenes and things, even though I played through the original campaign with the original graphics. But I've just been having an absolute blast. I can't get over how well these games hold up, and I love that I'm kind of going through and experiencing history, right? Retroactively as a lifelong PlayStation fan. And I've played Halo 2. I played the original Halo a long time ago. Never really appreciated them except for 2. Absolutely love 2. Think 1 is still one of the most overrated games. Or going into it, I thought it was one of the most overrated games, but from a gameplay perspective, I totally get it now. Totally get it. Problem is, guys, I was a Red Faction fan. You had Red Faction out at that time with the Geomod technology. For those of you who are younger, it was kind of like between Halo and Red Faction. I was on the Red Faction side of things, but I'm starting to understand now why Halo became as big as it did. And I've just been having a blast going through it and playing it. And I'm excited to get through every single campaign ahead of Halo Infinite and then just pour all of my multiplayer time and effort into Halo Infinite later this year. So let's hop into chat here, guys. We'll talk for a minute and then we'll get started. Thank you again for joining me here tonight. I see we already got 6 of you guys in here, guys and gals, or actually I guess 8 or 9. So let's take a look here. Stritter Hear You, which I will, especially because I'm having a little drinky tonight, will never get your name right. I'm so sorry. But says, so we're in for the long haul today. 12-hour stream. Well, I don't know if it'll be a 12-hour stream. I think it's going to be a 24-hour. No. Yeah, if I could stop talking long enough to actually play a game and not just do an extended podcast with gaming highlights, I think I might be able to make it 12 hours. But, I made a joke last week about just how absolutely destroyed my throat was by doing what that was like a 4.5 hour stream. Yeah, I mean, if you guys want a 12-hour stream at some point, we can plan that. I can make it happen. I'll take a shot at it. And I won't just take a shot. I'll hit the mark. I'll do it. So maybe we'll plan that. But nice Nice comedy to start the night. You can turn tips off when the Xbox dims, FYI, says Xcoin. Thank you for that heads up, man. That's intense. Did not know that. I'd be okay with slipping away with the hat. Says Delusions of Grandeur. Yep. I'm thinking about maybe getting another hat. We'll see how it goes. Feels good, though, to be back. 80 plus. If you have any Xbox questions, I'm an Alpha Tier Insider and an Xbox Ambassador. I am here to help. Thank you very much. Xcoin, yeah, that's pretty much just been me puttering around with it. I can't think of anything real negative to say. I'll have some nitpicks. This controller is S plus tier. It's like everything about it. I'm obsessed with it. Like the little indents, you can see like the little indents on the where we go. Yeah, on the actual thumb. I can't even coordinate enough to hold up the controller properly. And then when you click the D-pad, like that clicking sound, the rumble profile's better. Everything about this controller, in my opinion, is significantly a step ahead of the PlayStation 5. And on top of that, the first thing I saw, and I'll talk about this in the video that I do, the first thing that I saw when I took out my Xbox with that glorious unboxing package experience was the controller wirelessly updating. In my video, I'll pop up a tweet I put last year where I said this certainly for PS5 doesn't feel like a next-gen system because literally all I've been doing is plugging in my controllers one at a time to update them. They require a hardwire instantly right off the bat. Even in the minutia, the small things, Xbox has been a significantly better user experience, and I've absolutely loved it. So yeah, but I'll definitely hit you up for some tips, man. Thanks for that. PC xCloud browser works for all, but wait till you use the PC Game Pass xCloud. It's better than the browser. Wow. I love the controller's best in the biz. Yo, listen, Xcoin, seriously, man, I had no idea. Seriously, I had absolutely no idea what I was missing with that controller. And I've used an Xbox controller in the past, right? I've always stayed in touch with Xbox. I've followed it because my whole life, for those of you who have been here for a while and you know me more personally, you know that I've been literally playing games since I could talk. And even before then, most likely. So two right before I turned 3. And so when Xbox and Xbox 360 were out, I used their controllers, and I thought they were solid, but I wasn't like over the moon about them. I can't say enough positive things about this. What I was really not expecting with this Series X controller was how much better the rumble is in the controller. And I think it's because part of the controller feels like slightly hollow, but not truly hollow. But the rumble feels deeper to the point where I could feel it in like my frickin' forearms. It was awesome. And I actually enjoy it more than the adaptive triggers and the haptic feedback on the PS5, which I find to be sometimes really cool for PlayStation. Like that's one of the only actual next-gen things about the PlayStation 5, or that could feel next-gen when it's used right. But a lot of times, and maybe it's because developers haven't gotten used to the technology yet and they haven't made the best use of it, to be fair, it's annoying. Like, it's super annoying in Ratchet and Clank. It kind of detracted from what was already otherwise kind of a mediocre, standard, par for the course experience. But the controller is just unbelievable. And the little grippies on the back, I don't know if you guys can see, there's like little dots or like grip stuff on the back is silky smooth, man. It feels like it was specifically crafted for my hands. I just had no idea how much better this controller was going to be. Guys, I totally went into that. Like, I bought the Xbox Series X just like I'm moving to Microsoft because of the games that are coming. And you guys saw my video on that. If you haven't, go check it out. It's the one that has almost 28,000 views, which is crazy. And thank you guys again for supporting me on that. That's been really awesome to see. But I bought the Series X and I was like, well, let's see what it's like. And again, totally going in objectively, just blown away by practically every aspect. And I think I plugged my PlayStation in once in the last couple of weeks, and that was to play through for my Does Horizon Suck series, which, by the way, it doesn't. Games like Horizon are the reason that PlayStation is even somewhat viable now, or why they have the lead that they do, because they have these powerhouse titles that are fantastic. But I feel like my mind's been set free, man, when it comes to, now that I'm fully into this system and the hardware and the experience and the convenience and the UI. Everything about it has just been absolutely stellar. And I can't wait to kind of condense all these thoughts down, throw in my trademark humor. I'm starting to think of some clips I can use and put a video out on my first impressions of Series X to really begin documenting this journey, because this is going to take time. It's going to take me a while to decouple off PlayStation and get fully moved over to Xbox, and I'll still always have a tie back or two for their exclusives to stay, keep my pulse on the industry, what's going on, games I'm interested in, because there still will be some of that. But I'm ready, man. I'm ready and I'm excited. But thank you guys for joining me on that and all your encouragement. So let's see if there's anything else here before we get started. Halo 2, the Master Chief Collection, animation by Blur Studio. I'll have to take a look at that. Maybe they're the ones who did the... it sounds like, Akira, and welcome to the stream, by the way. It sounds like they're the ones who kind of were doing the... maybe they did the graphics, is what I assume you mean by that. Or maybe there's a separate animation that's out there on YouTube somewhere, and I need to go track it down and take a look. Same, I was born in 87. All right, Xcoin, 86 right here, man. Just a scotch older. But yeah, man, 80s kids, and 90s really. 90s is where if you guys haven't been able to tell by the clips I throw in my videos, I love the 90s. Like the 90s it's my deal. Like the 90s and the early 2000s were pretty cool, but like 90s, oh man. You guys, I had the sickest pod collection. You remember those slammers? For some of you older gamers, those slammers, like you either had like the real reinforced plastic or the metal one. I had the one with freaking Sub-Zero's face from the original Mortal Kombat character select screen, and I would just decimate people with that thing. I'd pull that out and people's eyes would get as big as ping pong balls, and I'd just slam that mofo down. Pogs would go everywhere, and I'd just be adding them to my collection, man. Oh, good times. Watching Legends of the Hidden Temple and Guts and Rugrats, Doug, Rocco's Modern Life. I was a Nickelodeon kid too. Might have to start weaving some of those things in there too. Ren and Stimpy, Denver Broncos. It's my team. Back-to-back Super Bowl champions. Oh man, good stuff. AOL. All right, I can't go down a 90s pipe dream now. You guys are going to leave. So, before we get started, one last check here. I had Scorpion, hell yes. By the Dolby Atmos app, it will boost everything. You won't go back once you go Atmos. I will do that. Horizon is a beautiful game. Strider hear you? No joke. Yeah, you've got mail. Yeah. Remember when you joined chat on AOL and like you didn't even have the ability to set a username? It would just be like user and then like 62 numbers and random characters at the end. That's good times. All right, so poll, guys. Let's do this. Do you want to see me start the night here tonight with Halo the Master Chief Collection? I'm in Halo 2 in the campaign, or do you guys want to see some of the Ascent? I'm going to wait for about a minute here, take a little sippy, and then we'll take a look at the results. I'm not important enough to YouTube yet to be able to have polling capabilities. I can't even update my status to let you guys know that, hey, yeah, I didn't get a video out this week, but I'm still going to live stream, that kind of thing. Can't even do that yet. We're getting closer to that, I think. I think that's 1,000 subscribers. I'm like 85 away from that, which is just so freaking hard to believe. It's so cool. You guys rock. Seriously, you guys are awesome. It's been so much fun just hanging out with you guys over the last, 9 months to a year, just spending time together, talking games, talking about things outside of games, life, and just kind of doing life together. It's been good. So you guys go ahead and let me know what you think. I'll show you in the interim. Let's hop out right over into my user interface here, which I got the orange theme going on in the background. And by the way, something else a PlayStation 5 can't do is frickin' themes. I've got all these themes that I spent all this money on over the course of the last couple of generations, both static and dynamic themes, and PS5 won't even allow me to use them anymore. It's just money down the drain until they make them available, hopefully some point in the future. But the fact that you can't even make folders on PS5 on top of that, you can't use avatars, it's just inexcusable for a, quote, next generation console. Those are things I get it. Like, these consoles released a little bit early, COVID messed things up. But there's no excuse to be lacking those types of things. The first thing I did here on my Xbox Series X was set my theme, which I really dig quite a bit. By the way, quick resume is just absolutely insane. I absolutely love it. On PS5, you accidentally click the icon for another game when you're playing one, or you have another application open. It'll close out your application and instantly start the other one. So if you do that by accident, you're kind of out of luck. Here, you can have multiple games up, paused. You just go, it'll load them back in real fast, and it'll just say, you'll see like a little play button in the top right of your screen, and it'll say quick resume. We'll probably see that here with Halo the Master Chief Collection, although it did do a hard reset, so maybe not. But it's just been awesome to be able to like pop back and forth between games. And I've got a pretty good smorgasbord here that I'm starting off with, right? So what I'm starting with here is the Ascent, which is a Powerhouse exclusive, and we'll talk more about it, and why I love it so much and why it's objectively just a great game that's getting critically bombed for a wide variety of reasons. It's shameless, but fortunately, Game Pass is kind of giving developers new life, right, with getting their titles into people's hands. Because if you look at on Metacritic, you see a 67 and you're on PlayStation, you're on Nintendo Switch, you're not going to have a Game Pass ability to try out the game. You're going to have to be forking out $30 or $40 or whatever this is in order to try, and you're probably not going to do that. And you'll never find out, or maybe you'll find out somewhere down the line that, yeah, the critics that were giving the game that score were bombing it for political reasons, or bombing it because it wasn't cyberpunk or what they wanted. They're taking their frustrations from other things out, or maybe their PlayStation marks, whatever it is. And here, Game Pass, the first thing I did was open Game Pass, download the Ascent, try it out, and I absolutely adore it. I found just a Powerhouse exclusive that deserves to be talked about. It deserved to be propped up, and I lost my mind when I read it's only 12 people that made it. I can't believe it. I thought it was like a fully fledged and resourced studio. If you guys have an Xbox Series X and you haven't played the Ascent yet, please, especially if you like games like Dead Nation, for the love of God, play it. It is awesome, and I'm looking forward to showing it off tonight. Then we got Halo the Master Chief Collection. This is a bit of history tour I'm going to play through, as I mentioned before. For those of you who are new to the stream, weren't here a few minutes ago, I'm going to play through every single campaign. I'm going to kind of have a journey through the entire Halo series, which I've never played as a PlayStation fan except for a long time ago with 1 and 2. And always on friends' consoles, right? Never owned my own Xbox console. This is my first one. And so I'm going to play through each and every one of those leading into Halo Infinite, and I'm going to capture that journey right here on this channel as we move through. And then Psychonauts, which I haven't started yet, but I've heard nothing but great things. I see it's got kind of that native improvement of frames per second, upscaling, all that good stuff going on. And Psychonauts 2, coming out later this month, looks absolutely stellar. I mean, from a platformer standpoint, from a conceptual standpoint, what that game represents, and also how it kind of speaks to the history of how Psychonauts came to be, and how they never should have gotten, or didn't ever expect rather, to get a sequel, and how it ended up happening. Man, video game history is so cool. Like, this medium is so cool for so many different reasons. I love it, man. So those are going to kind of be my original 3, and there's going to be all types of other things I play. I'm going to be playing Tales of Arise on Series X instead of PlayStation 5. Psychonauts, I'm going to make my way through it. I'll play Psychonauts 2. We got Halo Infinite that's coming. I mean, there's so much to sink your teeth into. Hades has just arrived today. I'm sure I'll play that at some point. So, yeah, just so cool to kind of see right here, like right there on Game Pass. Play Microsoft Flight Simulator now. You just go on, you install it, and then you go from there. I mean, let's while we wait for people to tell me which game they want to play. If you guys want to see, again, we're doing an open poll right now. If you guys want to see me start tonight with the Master Chief Collection, send in your vote, or just type it in, because like I said, I'm not as important enough to YouTube to have a polling yet. Or the Ascent, let me know. But while we finish doing that, let's and I'm going to put a video out about this, but let's just take a look through the Game Pass titles and see what's crap. Okay, let's see how many great games are on there. Okay, right off the bat, Yakuza Like a Dragon. Oh, that is a strong drinky. Oh, that is a strong drink. Okay. Sorry, let's just go to show all. Let's see. No, most popular. I have 3 quests to turn in. By the way, they've got this Microsoft reward system that rewards you for doing all your logistical work as you're moving your way through between games and doing other things. And you earn reward points, and you can continue to earn them through their ecosystem. I did a Bing search the other day. Not a big fan of Bing, but I'll search 3 times for points. Who cares? Like, yeah, I'll go back to using Google or DuckDuckGo is my favorite, because that's all privacy, and I'm a big security and privacy guy. But play Game Pass, play any Game Pass game. Yeah, let's turn this stuff in. Okay, turn in quests. Turning in quests and getting your rewards. I got 265 points right there. I mean, just here's another one. Turn in quest. And then you can kind of come in here and it'll show you all your weekly and monthly, all that good stuff. Here we got Psychonauts 2 day 1. We've got games like Back 4 Blood that's going to be day 1 on here. Halo Infinite is going to be on Game Pass on day 1. This is going to be the way that look at this. Forza Horizon 5 will be on Game Pass day 1. So this concept, this idea that Game Pass is only for mid-tier trashy games couldn't be any further away from the truth. Couldn't be. That is a total excuse made by PlayStation or Nintendo marks that holds absolutely no water. But let's see what we got right now, okay? You guys will have to forgive me because I'm still figuring out, all the different things we can do here. Alien Isolation, from what I hear, amazing survival horror game. Okay. You've got older games. So The Ascent, which we'll see tonight, phenomenal Xbox exclusive game. I love that we've got these older games because I played Banjo-Kazooie back in the day. It was one of my favorite platformers growing up. You got the Bard's Tale in here, Batman Arkham Knight, which is fantastic and available on that PlayStation 5 collection. To be fair, it's matched them there. They've given you a good collection of games if you own a PlayStation 5. All the Battlefields, including Bad Company and Bad Company 2. Battlefield 1, which, by the way, is my favorite Battlefield of all time. The last time I thought the series was worth anything at all. Oh, man, Black. I loved that game back in the day. That was like gun porn. That's what it was. Like, anytime you fired a weapon, it was so satisfying. The environment just fell apart across you. Celeste, which I've heard nothing but positive things. That's a Game of the Year contender from, 2018? So you got Celeste on there. Control, one of the very few games that I even bothered getting a platinum trophy in. It took a while for it to kind of get going for me. Had some issues with like navigation and those types of things, but I stuck with it and I found just an incredible start to a new IP and franchise. If you haven't played Control yet, I can't recommend it enough. There, like, especially if you like Remedy style games like Max Payne and Alan Wake and those types of things. I mean, this game is like the X-Files meets Silent Hill. It meets a couple of other titles out there, but it's so unique and it's so cool. The animations, though, in the Uncanny Valley in there, one of my earlier videos, I kind of put some things in there talking about how disturbing some of the animations are. Oh my God, do better. But in all seriousness, absolutely love Control. Also a Game of the Year contender, I think 2 years ago in a number of places. So we got some older titles here with Crysis 1, 2, and 3. I can't believe Crysis 3 was on Xbox 360. I felt like that had to have been a game after this. Darkest Dungeon's amazing. Amazing. Depending on what type of gamer you are, Darkest Dungeon is absolutely no joke. I spent probably 150 hours playing that game, and the second one's coming out, I think soon, if it's not out already, for early access. A phenomenal roguelike that has legitimate difficulty attached to it, permanent death, but just if you dig Lovecraftian stuff, oh my God, please pick that game up, especially if you like a good challenge. Great game. Dead Cells. One of my first streams I ever did was showcasing Dead Cells for a good friend of mine. Just an amazing title. Also as well, we got the entire Dead Space series on here, including something called Ignition, which I've not spent any time with. You got your Destinies here. You've got all of the Dishonoreds here as well. You've got your Dirts, which I've heard really good things about, but I've never played. Doom, all of the Dooms, including Doom Eternal, which was my personal game of the year last year. Absolutely incredible game. That is the single greatest shot in the arm to the first-person shooter genre, in my opinion, in decades. when you got like your chainsaw that you're getting, I think when you chainsaw people, you're getting ammunition back and you're lighting them on fire and getting armor shards and you're beating them to death with your bare hands. And sometimes you're a little spiky. Getting your health back. I mean, the loop in that game and the speed and the pace of it is like that game. And that was my last straw when PS5 didn't give me the ability to transfer my 100+ hours playing Doom Eternal into DLC 2. You guys saw in that video, I said that's enough. Enough is enough. But the fact that I can play the newest Doom as well as the older Dooms right here, to me, because make no mistake, these Dooms still hold up. Even the original Doom is still fun to play to this day. Dragon Age Origins, still that's in my top 25. Like, that is one of the best games ever. And yeah, it's an older game, but it's backwards compatibility, right? And the fact that they're making that this is not just backwards compatible, but they're making some of those older Keystone foundational genre titles available on Game Pass is freaking awesome. We've got Dragon Quest XI Definitive Edition, which just recently dropped on next generation systems. That's to many people one of the best RPGs of all time, but that was also a legitimate Game of the Year contender as well. I have it on Nintendo Switch. I got about 90 hours into it, and I just kind of got bored with a couple things, but that's a phenomenal, objectively great game. So you got that sitting here. Both Evil Withins. Evil Within is fantastic. I love the original Evil Within. It had its issues. Have not yet played the Evil Within 2. I bought it for PlayStation, and guess what? When I play it, because I'm absolutely going to play it, I'm going to play right here on Xbox, and I'm going to be able to do it through Game Pass without shelling out more money for it. Or if it does leave the service and I just want to rebuy to spite Sony, then that's what I'll go ahead and do at 20% off. You got all of your Fables here. I've heard amazing things about the Falconeer, an indie title. I've never played it. All of your Fallouts, which, by the way, my understanding is, and by the way, Steel Rain being the newest Fallout DLC for 76, if you are somehow, some way into Fallout 76, which I mentioned you guys last week on the stream, the stuff over here sitting on my Power Armor Edition, the biggest waste of money of my life. But the fact that I can go back and play like the older Fallouts with 60 frames per second upscaled natively, that's lunacy. That's just lunacy. Absolutely love it. We've got the older Final Fantasies. And here's something, and I know you guys are probably like, Bauer, we want you to play games. You guys got to understand something. I rant and I rave. I'm a verbose dude. I get excited about this industry. So thanks for bearing with me. I appreciate it. But this is huge to me. One of the biggest knocks, at least for me, on the Xbox, kind of as I grew up and all that kind of stuff, is that like they didn't have enough Japanese RPGs on there for me. I mean, no matter what I play in my life, my favorite franchise of all time, this might surprise a number of you guys, is what you're looking at right now. Is the original Final Fantasy series. I say original, it's just Final Fantasy. Those games literally changed my life. One of the earliest games I ever played was the original Final Fantasy. It took me 3 years to beat on regular Nintendo because I didn't know what the hell I was doing. I was a kid. I was 3. But playing them on Super Nintendo and then playing 7, 8, and 10, like these are my 3 favorite games of all time. They're tied. My favorite game ever, I always say, is the original 7, 8, and 10. I can't pick between them. All right, if you had a gun to my head, I'd probably pick 10. But seeing them on here was glorious. Final Fantasy 12, the Zodiac Age, incredible. It's just really nice to see them on there. Final Fantasy 7 Remake is on Xbox now a year later, but you know what? I can wait for that. And that game's a disgrace for many reasons anyway. But still, the point is, games like that, Tales of Arise is coming. They're getting more of kind of those Eastern-based developer games. The entire Yakuza series, as we'll see at the bottom of this list, are also available on Xbox, which is still so weird to see, given how that's such a power. Like, if you like Yakuza, if you get Yakuza, and you love it, my goodness, like, there's not many other franchises out there better than Yakuza if you're into the series. And it's awesome that I've got the entire thing on here and I don't have to buy every single one anymore. So I was looking at like the Yakuza remastered series for $60 on PlayStation 5, and I was like, man, I'd love to buy it. I've got all the other Yakuzas and I'd like to complete the collection, but it's just so much money, like, to just keep buying them. they're all available right here on Game Pass, the entire collection. So you got your Forzas in here. A really underrated game called Frostpunk, which is a really neat game. Every single Gears of War up to Gears of War 5 Game of the Year edition, which dropped just last year, with all types of upgrades on it. I'm looking forward to, once I make it through all of the Halos, going back and playing through every Gear of War or Gears of War, including even maybe Tactics. We'll see. So I've heard nothing but great things about that. You got your Greedfall on here, which is kind of like an independent game. I've heard great things about Grounded. It's not really my kind of game. I love seeing Grim Fandango there, by the way. That's a nice touch. And here we've got Hades, Game of the Year contender and winner in multiple places last year. Available today as we start to ramp up Game Pass as a serious, legitimate way for major AAA developers to release their titles. It's going to take a little bit of time, guys, but this is absolutely... This is just an incredible, absolutely incredible value. And this is all on top of, you still have the option to go buy games like you would on any other console. If I want to go and buy Hades for full price, I can do that. But the fact that all of these games are here, there are new games coming all the time. You got day ones for major AAA games like Back 4 Blood and Halo Infinite and Psychonauts 2 and all that kind of stuff. It's just something else. Excuse me. You got Hellblade, which I need to make my way through before 2 comes out. Hollow Knight, one of the best Metroidvania games ever. Can't say enough about it. Played the ever-living hell out of that on the Nintendo Switch. If you have not played Hollow Knight, and this is the Void Heart edition with all the DLC and all those other things added in there. If you like Dark Souls, if you like Super Metroid, just Metroidvania-style games, that is, to some people, one of their favorite games ever, and you can totally make that argument. Very valid reasons why. I've heard really good things about Killer Queen Black. That's one of the few games that got a bunch of 10s that I never actually checked out, so maybe I'll take a look at that. And the fact that I've got the option just to spin that up at whatever point I want is awesome. Long Dark is a very underrated survival game. You got your Mass Effects on here, 1 through 3, and Mass Effect Andromeda. Yeah, guess what? It's not the Legendary edition that they just released, but you can still play all 3 of them, carry over your saves, and get the original cutscenes of Miranda's Bomb. Sorry, can't help myself sometimes. Microsoft Flight Simulator, which a shocking number of you have talked to me about on my videos about how excited you are and how much you enjoy Microsoft Flight Simulator. It's also one of the games that has just gotten insanely high reviews from practically both users and critics. Not a big fan of critics, as you guys may have picked up. But seeing Microsoft Flight Simulator on there is awesome. The Medium is an exclusive. I heard has really good things. Your Minecraft stuff is on here. I mean, guys, we're only down through M, but you get the gist, right? So No Man's Sky is on here. Nier Automata Become as Gods edition. That's one of the best games that's also in my top 25, and I still can't get used to this. Octopath Traveler, seeing that game on Xbox randomly one day. I mean, just an awesome callback to Super Nintendo RPGs. I played and beat that on Nintendo Switch, and it's awesome that it's there. Both of the Oris are here. Oh my goodness, Ori. And Frank Yeager, you're the man. You're the one who originally got me into that. So thank you for showing me Ori. I've played that on Nintendo Switch. Haven't played Will of the Wisps yet, but some people had that on their short list for Game of the Year. You've got the Outer Worlds on there, and the Outer Worlds 2 is coming at some point in the next couple of years. I'm sure that'll launch here. You got major RPGs and Pillars of Eternity, as well as Deadfire. I mean, Prey, what an underrated game. If you guys haven't played Prey, imagine if Dead Space met BioShock and System Shock. And you've got Prey. Incredible game. I need to go back and play through that again. Absolutely loved it. Red Dead Online is sitting there. You got Resident Evil 7. And again, this is all in addition. You got your Sea of Thieves, of course. You know, and whatever you want, if it's not on here, you can still go and check it out. You can still go and buy it. You got Jedi Fallen Order, a bunch of Star Wars stuff. Surge 2, by the way, shockingly decent. Probably the best Souls clone that I've played. Titanfall 1 and 2. I mean, guys, it's just Undertale. Oh my goodness, Undertale. Legendary. Wasteland 3, which was on my short list for Game of the Year last year. In fact, I want to make a video about it. That game is special. That game deserves so much more than it's gotten. Wasteland 3, absolutely amazing. Sitting here on Game Pass, ready to be played. And then here are all the Yakuzas, including up to Like a Dragon. So what blows my mind about this, and I'm going to check chat here, guys, in a second to see what you guys want me to play. What blows my mind is that this is just the start. As we've talked about here, Psychonauts 2 is coming later this month. We just had Microsoft Flight Simulator drop. We had Hades drop today. We've got Back 4 Blood coming, Halo Infinite, all day one Game Pass games. This is going to be moving forward where these major AAA titles end up. And, if they happen to leave the service before we can get through all of them, and they don't come in and leave the same week or the same month or even the same year. It's just after they've been on there for a really long time, they tend to take them away, kind of like Netflix does with certain things. But I love that caveat that you got 20% off if you buy it digitally and it's a game that you're interested in, or maybe you just simply get it on a deal, and maybe you see it in a deal while it's on Game Pass. You know that it's leaving, you pick it up that way. Just absolutely incredible. So thanks for bearing with me, guys. I spent 52 minutes ranting and raving. Let's get into a little bit of these comments here. See what I'm going to start the night with, and we'll go from there. Looks like we got a new subscriber, Salty Doc. If you're here in the stream, man, thank you for the subscribe. I appreciate that. All right. And then I see Salty Doc is right there. Yo, Salty Doc, thank you, my man, for the subscribe. Did you see the 90s theme Xbox Game Pass ad they dropped yesterday? It's God tier. No, I didn't. 80s theme song. I mean, on the Xbox ad they made today, says Xcoin. Dude, I'm looking forward to that. Stritter Hear You. It's popular, but a bit old for me. Psychonauts, that is. Yeah, dude, I heard it, dude or gal. I just say dude with everyone. I'm going to play through it. I'll let you know how it is. I'll probably stream a bit of that playthrough as well. I've heard nothing but amazing things from people about it, and apparently it holds up incredibly well to this day, which is great. If you haven't yet, you can pre-install Psychonauts 2. Yeah, good call, man. I love the fact that you can preload even like Back 4 Blood, which is coming out in a couple months. I can already preload it on my system so that when it's there on Game Pass day one, it's just there. It's so cool. Man, it is so cool. Yep. Akira Amine says Ori and the Blind Forest and Ori the Will of the Wisps. Yeah. Yeah. Dude, the opening of Ori and the Blind Forest almost made me cry. In fact, there may have been one single manly tear that went down this cheek, but just one. Just one. I know. Amazing opening for Ori and the Blind Forest, and the music. Absolutely amazing. The soundtrack in that game is incredible. Alice was a trip, says Salty Doc. Xcoin says, I grind the rewards every day and get 2 months of Game Pass Ultimate. Holy crap. A month for free, and I just push my subscription out each time. Nothing out of pocket. I'm almost a year ahead for free. Just for doing Microsoft rewards. I love that as I'm moving between my games and then on my phone or on my PC or whatever I'm doing, like if I'm into my account, like it's all interconnected. That ecosystem giving you ways to earn rewards based on things you're doing anyway, right? Switching games, logging into the Game Pass app, all these different stuff. I mean, it's just so cool. Much more engaging than I expected. I thought it'd be kind of like crap tier, but it's S tier. First part, Xbox games never leave the service too, unless like Forza Motorsport 7 hitting its end of life status cause of licensing. Yeah, it's a shame when that happens. Verksest, thank you for joining the stream, man. Says, I finished the Ascent twice. If they fix the achievements, I'll go to the third. Didn't know they had issues with the achievements. My biggest knock on the Ascent right now is that once or twice I've had to reload checkpoints, which takes 5 seconds. I've had to reload checkpoints to get certain enemies to spawn or for like a mission marker to work. I think it's happened twice. I've played it maybe for 15 hours or so now. And that's it. I've never seen anybody writing about losing their save progress, like which happened with me with Ratchet and Clank. That's, you know, my Ratchet and Clank is overrated video on my YouTube channel. If you haven't checked that out, definitely do. I talked about that. I lost my save data like 3 or 4 times, and it's the only game that ever hard bricked my system. 10 out of 10, 9.5, 9.7. No one talked about that. No one had any issues with the myriad of glitches and problems that were with Ratchet and Clank. It's, oh, they'll patch it in later. Yeah, with the Ascent, meanwhile, it's like, oh, I had to reload my game 2 out of 10. It's a joke. It's a total freaking joke. But anyway, I digress. I find it so ridiculous when I see Sony fanboys say that they couldn't find a single thing interesting to play in Game Pass. Yeah, delusions, man. What that is it's either people just simply being willfully ignorant, right? We're all ignorant of things. It's no big deal if you don't know about something. Ignorant just means you're not aware of it, or you're not knowledgeable on a certain thing, and that's totally cool. Willful ignorance, though, is another level entirely, and you see a whole lot of that from a lot of people, not just Sony, but also Nintendo fans who are like, oh, Game Pass is low tier crap games. I just kind of took you guys through to showcase why that's not. And I'll make a video about that. Throw my humor in there. We'll put some clips in there and we'll really hammer home the point. But especially with these other major, huge titles coming, and I mean, that argument's going to die on a pike real fast and real soon. They won't be able to stand on those legs. You need to play Proteus, says Xcoin. It's like old Doom. Oh, dude, don't tell me that. I got enough games to play, man. I got enough games to play without someone telling me there's a game like old Doom out there. Dear Lord. Pixel Slappa sends eyes. Blind Dog says Halo nostalgia moment. Sounds like you guys want me to play some Halo. You can download and sample Back for Blood right now if you want. That's A, amazing, and B, kind of against my philosophy. I try not to play betas much. Or previews. The betas being, you know, mostly because you get the impression that this is what the finished product's going to look like. And sometimes even betas a month out of release, there'll be drastic changes. And you might miss out on a game that's otherwise amazing because you played the beta and you thought it was poop. So I'm just a fan of kind of like getting the whole experience and sitting down with it. But I understand the importance in the functionality offered by betas and how integral they are to developers and to consumers. I just tend not to really dive into them too much myself. And sometimes there are games I just want to go into blind, right? I just want to, you know, like Sandra Bullock, put something over my freaking eyes and just go into it not knowing what's going on and seeing what comes out on the other end, which is what I'm really glad I did with this entire Xbox Series X. Had no idea what was coming. My goodness. I'd play Yakuza if I could skip through the dialogue, says Salty Talk. Yeah. Burks S says usually 1 year. Darrow88NY says play Halo. All right, guys. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to drink this drink. I'm going to go take a whiz. And I'm going to come back and we're going to play some Halo. How's that sound? I'm going to play some Halo too. I might get smoked. If it does, it'll buff out, right? It's all good. But let's hop into some Halo. You guys give me 1 minute to go run to the restroom, and let's see if we can kill a whole lot of Covenant, and also check out the oh, there we go. Again, daily Game Pass quest ready to turn in just for playing a game I play all the time. I mean, it's just man, gamer first mentality is something else. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we will be right back. Thank you all again for hanging out with BauerKillz right here. I hate talking to about myself in the third person. Thank you for hanging out with me on a Friday night. And happy Friday to all of you out there, by the way. I hope everybody's got good weekend plans. Nobody has to work, although I'm sure that's not, you know, life ain't fair. That ain't necessarily the case. But the fact that y'all are here means a whole lot to me. So thank you for that. We will be right back, and I will be shooting Covenant in the face at point blank range. See you guys in a minute. Guys, I'm going to hell. I legit, when I was out there, because when I do these streams, I don't typically eat dinner, unless it's liquid. But I have a 3-year-old and a 5-year-old. My 3-year-old wasn't looking, and I was like, hey, how you doing, kid? And she was pointing at something. I'm like, oh, that's so cool. And then I just like slowly took one of her dinosaur nuggets off her plate and ate it on the way back to this room. Not my proudest moments, but sustenance. There's a dinosaur nugget too. Yo, they're no joke, man. Had a stegosaurus. Tail was good. You always go bum first, by the way, on those nuggets. You guys ready to play some Halo? You ready to watch me get smoked? Let's do it. I knew it was a nugget. Not to worry, friend. We're completely hidden from old Bauer now. Yeah. Now that he's gone, I can say that he's not short for words. Great for streaming. He won't see this, will he? Dude, let me tell you something. My entire life, let me give it to you in a real quick. No, I'm just kidding. No, seriously. I've talked about this on my streams before. I actually poke fun at myself for it. I am so verbose, and it's something like I've got like issues with the way that I process information and the way that I think about stuff. Like, not like serious issues, right? But since I was a kid, I remember being in elementary school, and one of the NPCs in Horizon, by the way, kind of brought this story out of me in Horizon. But I distinctly remember like taking note of how much I talk, and internally, like I'm like a dog that's just circling around trying to go to the bathroom, but takes forever to get to the point. So I distinctly remember being in 4th grade and talking to my teacher being like, seriously, stop talking. But they couldn't say that to me. I mean, they could now, but they couldn't back then. And me thinking to myself in my head, I like, stop talking, like just get to the point. And here I am at 35 years old doing the same thing. Yeah, I never stop talking, dude. It's kind of a problem sometimes, but yeah, you're right. It's pretty decent for streaming, assuming that, you know, the people actually like this style, and aren't, watching to, see gameplay. But speaking of that, yeah, let's get back to the Master Chief Collection. By the way, you guys can't offend me. And seriously, any feedback you can give me to improve my streams, to improve my videos, I love it, man. I take all of that kind of stuff. So if that's something that bothers you guys, make sure that you let me know, because I need to know how I can improve my content for you moving forward, because that's what it's all about. I'm here to just hang out and spend time with you guys, but I also want to make entertaining content for you as well. That's the whole point, right? So just keep me in the loop on what you guys want to see and how you want me to present that stuff to you, and we'll go from there. Let's play some Halo 2, ladies and gentlemen. So last I played, I was going across a giant bridge in a tank, destroying everything in my path. Oh, you have message of the day. Summer, okay. So I love the fact that I could just hop right in. It said I got 19, I guess there's seasons that I'm unlocking as I go through, which is really neat. I've unlocked 19 items apparently, but I've never really looked at them. I just go into campaigns. I beat CE, so once I beat Halo 2, we'll go through Halo 3, Halo 3 ODST, Halo 4, and then I will get Halo 5, which is also on Game Pass, by the way, and play through that as well. I might need to drop you guys will have to let me know about the audio mix, because I might need to drop, in fact, I'm going to go ahead and drop the audio on here, because it tends to drown out my voice. The audio mix kind of between different things is sometimes a bit difficult to nail down depending on what console you're playing on. All right, audio. Menu music. Okay. Excuse me. Menu music volume. Voice chat volume. Gameplay. Network. Accessibility. All right. Well, you guys keep me in the loop on what's going on. Watching you play Horizon earlier brought me here. Nice, man. Thank you. Yeah, Yeah, I decided not to play that tonight because I wanted to play Xbox, and the next time I play Horizon, I'm going to beat it, which puts me on the clock to kind of tie a bow on that series. I've got a really creative thing that I'm doing. My wife's going to help me with to eat crow in that video, we'll just say in a creative way. So stay tuned for that. But the next time I play that, I'm going to knock off that final quest, do some side content in there. But that'll be kind of my wrap up of that series, which has gone on for the last couple of months. All right, let's play. You guys let me know if this is too loud, and we'll figure something out. Bitch. By the way, being able to just swap back and forth between the original graphics and the updated, and if you look at the updated graphics, I mean, it's unbelievable. Is that a battle rifle? Do I got a battle rifle that I can use? Kind of wasted that shot on a jackal, didn't I? Let's get that head. Hey, buddy. I love the ragdoll physics. They never get old, honestly. It's like one of my favorite things. And by the way, I love reloading with the right bumper. It makes me happy. Ooh, I'm getting sniped at. Hey, buddy. You die! Did a little moonwalk there. Oh, these red guys don't mess around. There we go. Alright, so I'm going to drop, if this was a battle rifle, I'm going to drop this plasma rifle up. Oh, we got sniper here. I'd rather have the battle rifle. But I mean, I just can't get over how far ahead of its time this series is, and was rather. You know, it's something I never really picked up on until recently. But the fact that you've got like enemies with plasma shields that you can destroy. I mean, I was ranting and raving about how awesome it was in Doom Eternal. That, you know, that mechanic, and here it's present in Halo all the way back in 2000. I think this was 04. Oh, don't mind if I do, buddy. Yeah, we get up here on the Warthog. Ooh, this Warthog's got some firepower behind it. It's not just a turret. I love it. This is the first Warthog that I've used that has incendiary rounds. Oh, dear Lord. Buddy, do not screw us up. Do not take one of those major shots, driver. I'm trusting you. Die! There we go. Tank down. I mean, just the vehicle combat in this game is something special. It's still something special. I love it. That mixture of that first-person gameplay, getting in all of these different types of vehicles and how differently they handle from one another. I mean, I get it. It's almost 2 decades old at this point, but it never ceases to amaze me how well it holds up. And that'll be a key focus of the video that I pop out here in the next couple of weeks, on how modern this still feels all these years later. And we've always got these little things popping up on the right-hand side as part of the season as well. This one being car alarm, which I have no idea what it is or how to unlock it, but I assume it's destroying vehicles. We got 15 out of 150. It's probably some of those types of things that I've been doing that has allowed me to unlock 19 items to use across the entire Halo universe. I mean, I love that I'm doing this before Halo Infinite comes out. I'm going to get through all of this and experience video game history, and I'm just thoroughly enjoying and loving this journey, guys. For so many different reasons, but... Oh, don't get us killed, buddy. My hands are sweating. Like, this is so intense. I love it. I'm very uncomfortable being this close to a tank. I am very uncomfortable being this close to a tank. Dude, what is this sniper doing with his life when he's getting sniped by an incendiary grenade from the back of a warthog a football field away? He can't hit me. Can't hit me with his weapon. I love the auto-driving capabilities here of your soldiers. In the first Halo, you had to drive them everywhere. And here, they just do a really good job of kind of keeping you out of harm's way. There we go. Can't leave without killing everything that moves, right? It's what we do. That's a Marine, okay. Well, that's cool. I didn't know that in this one your own Marines drop or your own team drops additional units with you with their own drop ships and all that good stuff. Hard to argue with that, right? You could turn up the SFX volume. All right, let's see. SFX, special effects, where is it? All right, let's try this. Game capture. We'll see if this is a little bit better for you, Salty Doc. Devices, capture card. All right, man, let me know if this is better, okay? How's that sound? Oh, is that a shotgun? Please tell me that's a shotgun. I absolutely love it. No, it's not. Okay, it's a turret. Oh, I know. Is there a shotgun? Guys, am I crazy? Did I not just see a shotgun pop up? I got all excited. That shotgun in the first Halo, man, was so much fun to use. I got to... In fact, you know what I can do? I'm going to do this just to show you guys because I'm going to use this clip in my video. One thing I need to learn how to do is get to the capture screen quicker. How do I get to the capture screen? Capture, capture, capture. There we go. Recent captures. So that shotgun is freaking amazing. And by the way, the ability kind of to bounce back and forth. Oh my God, guys, the right speed for this. If you're on a PlayStation 5, all right, sorry, it's who I am. If we're on a PlayStation 5 and you're saving like a 15-second clip, right? And you got like a minute clip saved and you're like, oh, I just want these 15 seconds and you trim it. Dude, the right time on that PlayStation 5 is abysmal. It's pathetic. You'll be sitting there like, this feels like it's PS2. You see the little bar in the progress. It takes way too long to an absurd level. Just an absolutely absurd level. On this, it's like, you're done. Another one of those minor, smaller ways that I've picked up that let's get this light over here. That the Series X does a much better job than the PlayStation. There we go. All right. It's a little bit better. So you guys can see I collect... Oh, sorry here. You guys can see I collect videos that I export through USB and then I trim them down for use in my videos. 95% of the time, the video clips you see in my videos are my content. If it's not, you'll see it'll say courtesy of someone, and most of the time it's because I'm too lazy to go get it myself. But let's see. Halo. There's the Ascent. I did start Psychonauts, but I only played it for like 5 minutes before I stopped for the night. Where is it? A lot of Ascent stuff. Yeah, I think it's this one, but I can't remember. But just, I think the shotgun's used here, but just the way that this game remains valid to this day, and just so... I mean, just like holding a position, and I'm using the original graphics here instead of the updated ones because that's how I wanted to play through the game. But just the sheer level of activity, and maybe it says, maybe it was, I don't know. Stuff starts coming out of pipes. And, yeah, I think in this one I just threw a grenade that I liked at the end. You see him coming up behind. You're just always moving. You're always using your weapons for different things. Like you would in any good first-person shooter. You got grenades there, different enemy types. You know, you have to use your environment smartly while this door opens over here. Taking cover. I mean, this is 2001. This is 2001, and it's still, look at this at the top, the guy come out and they all just get smoked. Oh, it's just great, man. How it holds up to this day. The game that instantly comes to my mind is Max Payne. Max Payne, when I think of games from 2001, I think of Max Payne as like the pinnacle of 2001 for me, as well as Final Fantasy X. And now I can say that Halo is probably up there, the original from the gameplay perspective as well. It's just so engaging and so awesome. And I've also noticed, and this is something as well that I'll talk about in this video, best use of shotgun with the Flood. Yeah, absolutely. Something else I've noticed here is like one of my favorite shooters on PlayStation was Fall of Man, Resistance Fall of Man, that whole series. And I'm seeing so many elements of Resistance here, including this spider walker over here, and just this concept of going into enemy territory and into enemy environments and locations and stuff. It was all done years prior through the Halo series. And I also love seeing Bungie and some of the I should probably seeing some of the elements that would appear in Destiny as well. What is going? This is awesome. Oh, so that's more or less just a set piece. He's going to go off in the. There's the original graphics. Still looks awesome. Yes, I am a purist. Yep. Seriously, man, environments or graphics don't really mean a whole lot to me, to be honest. They can take away or detract from an experience a bit. They don't make one. They can enhance an experience, but that's... Where do I need to go here? Let's see. I mean, this is where I came down through before. So I need to figure out where I'm going. Let's see. Marines, help me! Let's reload up here. Uh-oh, I fell. Okay, we're good. Just wondering, sometimes you have to go up to a different area. Maybe I got to go this way. Is there a warthog over here I can grab to get up here to the right? I think my biggest issue with the first Halo is these huge environments that if you didn't have a vehicle, ray tracing versus 60 frames per second. I like to have both. And that's one of the reasons I have a Series X as well. Typically, they do a better job of giving the player the option to experience both of those things. Oh, there is a rocket launcher here. Maybe I should, pop that guy. I got a battle rifle, so I don't necessarily need that sniper, right? So we'll switch to the rocket. Why not? It's only got 4 rounds, but I'm sure I'll be able to pick up something else as needed. I just want to make sure that I'm going in the right direction here. It'd be nice if I had... something that I could use, to figure out where I'm going. I must have missed something on the building in there, so sorry for that, guys. Let's take a sip. So while I run through these overly large environments, let's talk, guys. Have you played Halo growing up? Do you guys have a good history with Halo? Did you own Xbox your whole life growing up? Were you a PlayStation fan? Did you own everything? Yeah, for me, it was always PlayStation and Nintendo. I've owned every Nintendo console along with a PlayStation except for the Wii U, because screw what Nintendo did to all of us with the Wii. What a joke. I'm still upset about the Wii, but they've redeemed themselves in some ways with the Nintendo Switch. I'm not going to lie. Some ways, yeah. Not all, for sure. Oh, man. Guys, I swear I'm only mildly retarded. I swear. It's only mild case. And no offense to anybody. If, I'm not trying to talk down to anybody that has mental disability or anything like that. It's just, listen, I am who I am. Comedy's sacred.
Keep moving.
Yes. Don't mind if I do, Marine buddy. First Halo at launch was mind-blowing, especially co-op. Yeah, I was too busy with sorry, too busy with Red Faction. I did play this a ton in high school with friends, the original one, and I played this, the multiplayer for this. And you guys will see in one of my E3 videos I talked about, you know, Halo 2 deserves every positive word that's ever been said about it. I can't emphasize that enough. Playing Halo 2 multiplayer was absolute, just one of the pinnacles moments, a true pinnacle moment of video game history. It always will be. Can I get on this? I'm gonna try. Let's see. Yes, I can. Sticky. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. They run at you if you hit them with a sticky grenade. They know they're going down. I love it. I love it. Great AI. Right in the back, buddy. Holy crap. Let's see what's down here. I remember these guys from the first one, these metal guys, they don't mess around, do they? You guys ever been killed straight up by a general? It's like the most embarrassing thing that I can think of happening. Out of ammo. Well, good thing I got a needler, buddy. Which, by the way, here in Halo Infinite, that the needlers are going to be absolutely incredible again, which is exciting. Yeah, you ain't getting through that, buddy. By the way, how about dual wield? Of course, this being one of the new cutscenes here. Here's the old cutscene. I mean, the new cutscenes that they implemented in this are so well done.
That's right, you mothers! Run!
I love just switching back and forth between them. Look how real. I mean, there are times where it looks photorealistic.
Sir,
it's awesome.
the Prophet is bugging out. Request permission to engage.
And the original.
Too heavy for Starside intercept.
Like, it's just so cool. It's so cool what they've done with this.
Bam! Slip space rupture off the target's bow. It's going to jump inside the city.
There's no time, sir.
Oh, yeah.
Green light. Green light.
Oh, yeah. Welcome back, X-Coin, by the way. Pixel Slappa, welcome to the stream, man. It says, keep your eye out for terminals, bit of extra story. All right. Good looking out, man. I'll do that. By the way, I love stuff like that. Oh, man, I love that. Especially when they place those things, those types of interactables in the environment like that. Touche, man. You'll get a hat tip for that. Man. You have no idea. Damn. By the way, how's the sound compared to my voice now? You guys were saying a little bit earlier I needed to turn up the special effects volume a little bit. Okay. Literally on my computer. Okay. My achievements are popping up on the right-hand side of my screen right here at the same time, and it's like a different interface. And oh my God, this is so cool. This is so cool. This whole interconnectiveness of everything is so cool. I had no idea because I haven't used this computer. This is my personal computer. This is the first time that I'm kind of seeing that interconnectivity here of this ecosystem. Guys, this is other level. This is other level. I can't get over how far ahead Microsoft is and Sony in every area, whether it's hardware, whether it's the infrastructure that they're using to support their consoles, but also the ecosystem that they've just tirelessly built out as well to kind of provide this seamless experience. I had no idea that was going to happen. That was amazing. That put a a poop-eating grin on my face that ain't going away anytime soon. That was freaking cool, guys. That was cool. Named my dog Halo, said Salty Doc. Cheers. So that kind of answered my question of whether you're familiar with Halo or not. Sounds like you are. When you buy Dolby Atmos, you get it on PC also added with it. Nice. I'll have to check that out. Dolby Atmos. I got it. Check that out. Let me actually write that down on my phone. Oh, no, I'll remember. All right, guys, let's get back to some Halo 2 anniversary.
Much further must we heft this baggage.
And again, look at the change in graphics. It's just, I mean, especially the ones in the beginning of the game, they were so drastically different. I just couldn't get over it.
Aches, and his flesh is seared just the way I like it. Quiet! You two whimper like grunts fresh off the teat. He's not meant for the jails. The hierarchs have something special in mind.
Big Newtons.
Yes.
Love the music. Still not a huge fan of Master Chief and his stoicism. That's kind of the weakest part of Halo for me, which might sound sacrilege to a lot of you guys. I don't hate Master Chief or anything like that. I'm looking forward to seeing him explored maybe a little bit more in future games. But I really don't know anything about his backstory, where he comes from. He's just kind of like the silent, grunty dude who talks once in a while, which we've seen a million times. Even before Halo was released in 2001, that was an old trend.
I have brought the incompetent.
You may leave, Tartarus.
But I thought...
And take your brutes with you.
Release the prisoner.
Release him.
The council decided to have you hung by your entrails and your corpse paraded through the city.
Oh, sweet.
But ultimately, the terms of your
I mean, look at the difference, guys.
decided to have you hung by your
Dead.
entrails. Indeed. Do you know where we are?
The mausoleum of the Arbiter.
Quite so. Here rests the vanguard of the great journey. Every arbiter,
I like the lore
from
done
first
here.
to last,
Didn't really learn much in
each
Halo
one
1.
created and
So seeing the
consumed in
kind of that
times of
progression
extraordinary crisis.
is nice.
Taming of the Hunters, the Grunt Rebellion.
And that's another thing I love. So as a PlayStation fan coming into this and experiencing all of this for the first time, I love the seeing history, but also the evolution in gameplay. Like the first thing I noticed in this one, dual wielding, which is early, guys. Dual wielding in this is freaking sweet. Okay, and I remember it from multiplayer, and I loved it in multiplayer, but that is early for the most part in the medium. Now, listen, we're not talking like perfect dark early, okay? Because will anything in first-person shooter history ever match dual cyclones in their alternate fire where they just go right through the entire clip at one point? If you guys don't know what I'm talking about, if you're a younger gamer, just go look up Perfect Dark N64 dual cyclones. Absolutely glorious. So maybe not quite as early as like your Perfect Darks of the world, but kind of enhancing and improving on that concept by allowing you to kind of mix and match. You can have two of the same weapon. You can have an SMG, mixed with a pistol, or a plasma rifle with. I mean, it's just awesome. I mean, it's just really fantastic overall. But I love, absolutely freaking adore seeing how much improvement between titles has happened from a gameplay perspective. Also graphically, some of those other things. That's also really, really palpable. If you guys have not played BioShock, or you haven't played it in a long time, the BioShock collection. BioShock Infinite, by the way, top 3 for me. Unbelievable game. But the BioShock Infinite, or the BioShock collection, playing through the original, going into BioShock 2. The original, to this day, it still holds up pretty well, but like you can tell it's kind of dated. BioShock 2 could stand with games today. Like that's how much of an improvement that they made with BioShock 2, with the ability to use plasmids in a weapon at the same time. Whereas in the first one, you kind of had the either or aspect to it, and then even further with BioShock Infinite. I love that. I love playing through and seeing that historical progression of mechanics and systems in place, and seeing kind of that almost like a digital time capsule of when these games released, the improvements that were made between entries. Yet another really cool experience here that I'm going through as I play through the Master Chief Collection for the first time. Let's get back to it.
This is the true face of heresy. One who would subvert our faith and incite rebellion.
Last time I'll stop for a while. Apologies. Savage Dragoon. Freaking happy Friday, my man. Thank you for joining. Great to see you as always, man. Thanks for the heads up. Happy Friday. Good to be back. And thrilled as always to have you here on the channel, man. Thank you. Hope you have a great night, man, and weekend ahead. I'm gonna be playing some Halo tonight. I'm gonna be playing some maybe some Ascent in a little bit. Let's see. We got 8 o'clock Eastern Standard where I'm at. I got to get up at 6 o'clock because my goal is to what I do every Sunday. I get up, read my Bible for maybe half hour, pray a little bit, and then I just play games before the girls are up and before my wife is up and that kind of stuff, and before the sun's up, and some, depending on the time of year. And like every Saturday it rolls around, like I just get up really early and I just kind of like do that and just play games, and it's awesome. And I'm looking forward to that tomorrow. So I should probably slow down a little bit. I'm gonna drink a drink. Nah, it'll buff out. It's gonna buff out. Salty Doc, yeah, it does look fantastic, doesn't it? Like when I first started playing through it, man, I was like, there's no way this game looked this good back then. I was looking at the cutscenes. I'm like, this looks like it could stand up to this day. And then I clicked that button. And I was like, oh, in Halo 2 Anniversary, they actually start you out on the new graphics rather than starting you off on the old graphics, and you have to kind of switch over at any time. It's pretty cool.
And against the High Council.
Our prophets are false.
It'll buff out, man.
Open
It's gonna
your
buff.
eyes, my brothers.
It's a saying that I've
The
used
faith
for
of our forefathers to bring ruin
20
to
plus
us
years,
all.
man. I got a shirt.
The
It's my
great
first
journey.
merchandise, actually.
This
But I bought one. There's only
and
one
those
right
who
now that
follow
exists,
him
but just on the front it just says
must
it'll
be
buff.
silenced.
It'll buff.
Slander offends
Whatever you
all
guys are
who
doing
want
in life, just remember, this is
What
the
do you say?
BauerKillz phrase.
I can no longer
It's gonna
command
buff out.
ships, lead troops into
buff.
battle.
Not as you are, no, but become the
Oh,
Arbiter.
snap, you're going to become the
And
Arbiter?
you shall be set loose against this heresy with our blessing.
Oh boy, I drank this awfully fast. I'm starting to feel it. Okay, that's a sick.
What of the council?
The tasks you must undertake.
That's a
as the
sick set of
arbiter
armor.
heresy.
Yo.
Suicidal.
That
You
is
will
a
die
sick
as
set of
each
armor right
arbiter
there.
has before you. The council will have their corpse.
Dude, the music is so good. I got chills, man. I got chills. They've also improved the music. When you pop back and forth between old graphics, new graphics, you can tell like they've updated the, not just the look of things, but also the sound design changes as well, from the music, which is more orchestrated, to the weapons. When you fire them, they have more of an echo. They sound and feel more visceral and heavy.
What would you have your arbiter do?
Nice. What would you have your arbiter do? It's a good question. Yes, Savage Dragoon, I'm playing the Master Chief Collection, man. I'm playing Halo 2. So my goal, man, is before Halo Infinite comes out to play through each and every single Halo, which for me will be a first. And as a historical PlayStation fan, like, this is surreal, just going back through history and just catching up on all of this as I kind of make that switch from a predominant, overwhelming PlayStation person to a consumer to an Xbox One. But tiebacks that will always, like, I'll still have my PlayStation. I'll still have it for exclusives. Because, guys, there ain't no way I'm missing my Boo Aloy and Forbidden West.
Cannot hide that mark.
And by the way, they can make her
Nothing
look
ever
like a
will.
troll from
You
Lord of the Rings.
are
I
the
don't care.
arbiter of the
She's
will
so
of the
awesome.
prophets.
I will
These
openly swoon. They
are
could shave her
my
head and make
Their
her
lives matter to
make
me.
her however they
Yours
want.
does not.
I
That
love her.
makes two of us.
In fact, my nickname for my Xbox, and this will be in my videos for you guys to see. I'm naming my Xbox Series X Aloy because I'm openly swooning over it. I love it so much.
Warriors, prepare for combat.
Oh my god, all the spirits are in the bottom of the glass. Oh. All right. Guys, I'm going to be honest with you. I went down the wrong pipe. Trying to be a badass, not cough. One of the worst moments of my entire life was I was in college, and I took a double shot of Bacardi 151 back when it was like an actual drink that you could buy. And like the entire thing, not a little bit, the entire thing like went directly down the wrong pipe, and I feel like into my lungs. I was like the worst ever, like one of the worst moments of my entire life. And by the way, for any of my younger viewers out there, drinking is not cool, right? Like I'm not going anywhere tonight. You never drive, all that good stuff. I'm not advocating for drinking. I want to be very clear about that. But when you've worked a long week and you put in your hours and you've worked hard, if you want to sit back and kick back with a couple of brewskis and you're of age, there ain't nothing wrong with that. As long as you're responsible about it, you don't let it affect your relationships, your people, the people that you love and you care about, because it's very easy to abuse. If you had a choice, especially if you have like an addictive personality, you should probably stay away from it. But I don't ever want to come off as someone that advocates for certain things. So, yeah, you guys will see me drinking occasionally on these streams, and I'll have fun doing it, right? But want to be real clear about that too. Savage Dragoon says, I actually bought a 360 when it came out. I switched to Sony during those days because Microsoft started to charge for online, right? Right? They were kind of already, even back then, man, like ahead of the ball game. They knew it was coming, but then Sony started charging too. Yeah. Yeah. Sony, long history there I've covered in my videos about how Sony just went right back down the poop chute after they got humble with the PS3, and then they came out and they really started to come back at the end of PS3. I got to start playing and stop talking. Sorry guys. But definitely really unfortunate and very frustrating to see how far Sony has fallen since those humble days. I cannot get over how much my eyes have been opened by just simply purchasing a Series X and exploring it and seeing how advanced these things are, from the Microsoft reward system to the controller to the hardware to the way that you play games to the UI. Everything is so significantly better. It really seems like Sony's just been sitting on their laurels. The only thing that they have are those exclusive titles, and that's going to start to change here as games like we got Psychonauts 2 coming out. First of all cross-platform games are going to perform better on Xbox, but you got Psychonauts 2 coming out. You got Microsoft Flight Simulator that's already out. You've got Halo Infinite coming. You got the return of Fable. You've got any new single-player Fallout, any new single-player Elder Scrolls are going to be exclusive for Xbox. You've got the Outer Worlds 2 and the further franchise entries that are going to be exclusive to Xbox. You have Avowed, which is the Pillars of the Eternity, Obsidian's answer to the Pillars, or to Skyrim, set in the Pillars of the Eternity universe that's coming. And guys, we've seen what happens when Obsidian dedicatedly takes the time to respond to a Skyrim type of game, right? Or to a Bethesda type of game. Wow, that really, guys, that's really starting to hit me. So I'm starting to fumble over my words a little bit. Oh boy, you might as well call me. Who's somebody in the NFL that fumbles a lot? I was going to say Le'Veon Bell, but I'm pretty sure that he didn't fumble a whole lot. Anyway, point is, Xbox is going to catch up with Sony's exclusivity lead. And by the end of this generation, Starfield obviously coming. If Deathloop turns out to be as awesome as it looks, any new entry with Deathloop and potentially DLC for Deathloop will be exclusive to 360. So the point is, as soon as they bought Bethesda for $8.5 billion, I was like, they've learned their lesson. They understand that the exclusives is what's kind of put them behind the eight ball. They spent all this time and money building out this ecosystem and all of this infrastructure. And now they're going after all these exclusive games, or the exclusivity, to kind of fight back with Sony. And once they catch up, which will take a year or two, a couple years to do, but once these games start to filter out and they start to drop, and they catch up with Sony, dude, it ain't even going to be close. By the end of this generation, Xbox is going to, again, firmly hold a lead over Sony in practically every way. They'll have the best games. They'll have the ecosystem. They'll have the infrastructure, and they'll have the player-first mentality. Now, we'll see if they get, once they kind of get back into Sony's seat where they, maybe can get away with charging people a little extra here, a little extra there, whether they start to kind of pillage us a little bit in the same ways, because I don't for 1 minute think they're doing it out of necessarily the goodness of their heart. Although I will say Phil Spencer and the Xbox team specifically really seem to care about the player base and respect us. They've been very honest with us when they haven't had to be. But at the same time, they report to Microsoft, right? Microsoft, who they report up to, make those bigger decisions. But even if they start to do some of those things, we'll still be better positioned to enjoy our content in a wide variety of ways across multiple devices and multiple locations seamlessly. Or Sony hasn't even started down that path. They can't even figure out a way to get you to your PS5 upgrades without requiring you to start new, right? Or without paying for the privilege to have adaptive triggers and that kind of stuff. You guys know how I feel about that. Anyway, I'm getting off topic now. My bad. Any Bronco in the 2000s fumbled a lot. Oh, man, that hurts. That is true, though. I will remind you, though, of Jake No Mistake Plummer, who that went over half a season or almost a full season without throwing an interception, which was cool. But, yeah, there were a lot of Broncos that fumbled. A lot of Broncos that fumbled the ball, that's for sure. All right, before we get back in, let's take one quick look. Because, guys, again, I mean, this is Akira Mine. Thank you for the subscribe, man. Yeah, some of you guys have been here a few times, but you never subscribed. Oh, and here's a quick ask. If you haven't done this already, if you could just take a quick second here on your phone or on your computer, or on your TV, wherever you're watching me. Just click that like button for me if you haven't already. That is like single-handedly the best way you can support my channel is to like the videos. That pushes it out a little bit more with the YouTube algorithm. To subscribe also is huge. And if you really connect with my content, whether it's a live stream, whether it's my traditional YouTube content where I put all that time and effort into editing and do all that stuff, if you actively share that with other people, if you're on, gaming message boards, if you're on Reddit, if you know friends or family or whatever, if you take the 10 seconds to copy the link and post it somewhere, that is the best way you can support my channel. I've had a number of you guys ask me if I accept monetary stuff, if I've got subscriptions or Patreon. I'm not quite ready for that. I do have a donate PayPal on my channel art, but that's not what it's about. Like right now, the most important thing to support my work is just like and comment and share and all that good stuff. So thank you guys for doing that. Thank you for the subscriptions. And don't forget, guys, we just finished today the first raffle for a $50 gift card. So I pinned the comment today. I responded to the winner who I haven't heard back from yet. So give him a couple of days. If we don't hear from him in the next few days, I'm just going to re-roll it again. So keep your eyes peeled on that pinned comment. Once I hear back from him, or if that happens, I'll make sure to comment there so everybody knows that raffle's over. But we've already hit 500 subscribers, so that's going to happen next week. I'm going to release a traditional video, and I'm going to release a video, a second raffle for a $50 gift card to a service of your choice, PlayStation, Steam, Nintendo, Xbox, whatever you want. So don't forget to comment there as well. And then as soon as I hit 1,000 subscribers, which I'm like 80, roughly 85 or so subscribers away from, so that should be in the next day or two, or a couple days, maybe week. We'll do a third one. So stay tuned for that. But seriously, guys, I'll say this a million times. Okay, I'll say this a million times, and you guys know if you've been here. Maybe it sounds like I'm beating a dead horse. And by the way, if you're out there and you're a fan of PETA and you're asking me to use a different phrase, it's not going to happen. I had someone tell me they were offended because I said at work, like, I'm going to kill, this was an old job. We're going to kill two birds with one stone with this project. Here's what we're going to do. And they were like, actually, it's supposed to be something separate. And I'm like, they were like, oh, I'm offended that you would say that. I'm like there are times in life where you just have to draw a line in the sand. Okay, I'm a reasonable person. I'll always be a reasonable person. I'm going to use logic, but like people trying to turn molehills into mountains, like with things like that, ain't Ain't going to happen. But I digress. I just really appreciate all of you guys' support, early support of this channel. Excited to see where we go in the coming months, years, and decades, because I'm never going to stop doing this if I have it my way. So thank you guys for hanging out. Let's see. Yeah, so because we're in kind of the podcasty part of this here, let's take a look at some of the comments. All right. Keep your faith. The tides are trying to turn things. Stay off Twitter. Yo, seriously, Salty Doc, you're not kidding. First of all, my faith can never go anywhere. I try to bring it up at certain times when it's relevant. I don't ever want to be like preachy or to people, but no, my faith is hands down the most important part of my life. And I'm certainly here's the thing about Twitter, guys. I do have a Twitter. It's the exact same thing you see here, BauerKillz. I've got like 64 followers, and the reason is because I've never propped it up other than to talk smack on Twitter because of stream of conscious. Some of my older videos, if you guys go back, and I've kind of separated and broken things out into playlists. Some of my older videos, you can tell like I'm learning the craft, right? I'm learning lighting. I'm learning video editing. I'm doing all this for the first time, but the comedy's still there. So it's still worth going back and watching those videos and kind of perusing through those playlists if you like, the traditional YouTube content I throw up. But I've kind of talked smack on Twitter there because Twitter is the stream of conscious for, it's like the sewage system for human stream of conscious. People go on there to divide each other, to throw insults at people. All I do on my channel is talk about video games and about loving each other and all that good stuff. But if you want to follow me on Twitter, I don't use it all the time. Sometimes I use it like 5 times a day. Other times maybe once a day. But I'm on there. If you guys want to follow me there, because I don't have posting capabilities yet, because I'm not important enough to YouTube. I'll post on there like earlier today. I'm like, I'm not going to make it with a video this week because of the new job and trying to figure out work-life balance, which I've got down in 1 week, by the way. I'm pretty proud of that. So new video coming next week, another stream, all that good stuff. So stay tuned. But the fact that I couldn't just say that on YouTube sucked, but I also hated that I had to use Twitter for it because Twitter is just such a negative, awful place in the flowing of misinformation for everything, whether it's video games, whether it's politics, whether it's, and in ways politically that you might not expect that I'm thinking, but there's just anything on there. Like you can't trust anything you read on Twitter, even if someone has a cherry-picked resource from somewhere, right? But it's also a really terrible place for misrepresentation for video games and stories and things going on there. There's a lot of people just vying for attention. But I'm there. If you want to follow me, feel free. It's a good way to stay in touch with what I'm doing because I'll throw stuff up on there. But yeah, Salty Doc, I hear you on that for sure. I can't wait to see what Bethesda does with all that Microsoft money. I know, right? For those of you who came on here and told me that like I was just an Xbox fanboy, go back and look at my Xbox E3 video, which has like quadruple the amount of dislikes than likes. Part of that is because this was a learning lesson for me. I like tagged it and did the search engine optimization because it's not just making a video and editing it. You got to learn how to market it and how to play the YouTube algorithm and tag it and keywords and titles and all that stuff. And I did that to be seen specifically by an Xbox audience, and I just exoriated right after their show, Microsoft, because of this very reason, Savage Dragoon. Here's the deal. They marketed that E3 showing for months, and what they marketed it as wasn't an E3 showcase. You know what they marketed it as was and I quote, Xbox Bethesda Games Showcase. The Xbox Bethesda Games Showcase. We waited 6 months for that acquisition to go through, and we finally got to that point, and then they marketed that for a couple months, and then they showed up, and they didn't give us any new information about Starfield. They didn't give us, they gave us a release date, but they didn't show us any gameplay. They showed us some existential, woman sitting in the cockpit, cockpit of a starship thinking a line of dialogue, and then they cut to black. I mean, it didn't tell us anything about the game. Didn't talk to us about the Elder Scrolls 6. Their 15-second teaser, this will probably blow a lot of your minds out there. That was 3 years ago. Yeah, 3 years ago was that 15-second trailer for the Elder Scrolls 6. So I don't want to hear about, COVID. Well, COVID, held up development. Guys, they had 2 years before COVID, and COVID didn't slow down development to 0%. All right. Yeah, it hampered things in a number of ways. People had to get used to working from home, and you had to wait on times to send files securely back and forth to people so you could do your work. It's a little bit different than it would be with utilizing on-premise IT infrastructure. In case you couldn't tell, guys, I'm in IT for a living. But 3 years, and you've got an Xbox Bethesda game showcase, which is acting and been marketed as your roadmap and vision reveal event, which you only get to do one time. For the first time, right? And they said nothing about Elder Scrolls 6. They said nothing about a new Fallout single-player title. By the way, the last one came out in 2015. The last Elder Scrolls single-player one came out in 2011, of course, with Skyrim. You learn nothing new about Starfield. As a general, straight-up E3 showcase, it was awesome. They talked about Game Pass. They kind of sold the value on all of those games that were coming, all of these different things, and it was freaking fantastic from that standpoint. But as the Xbox Bethesda game showcase, especially with Sony not being there, being absent, and you know that that's the one area that you need to catch Sony in is exclusivity. Those are your biggest powerhouse titles. And again, it's supposed to be your vision and roadmap reveal, and you don't say anything about your biggest franchises from Bethesda. I can't look at that as anything but a failure, and I would be doing a dishonor to all of you if I tried to talk about that as a positive thing from Microsoft. And you guys see, I still went out and bought an Xbox. I'm still playing Xbox. I still wholeheartily believe in their vision and their work and all those types of things. But that was a massive bundled opportunity. But looking at that video, you'd think people thought I had slapped their wife with or kicked her with steel-toe boots on in the face. But dislikes and likes, YouTube really doesn't care. It still counts as engagement. But I'll always, that's my charge, guys, is the anti-shill. I will always be honest with you, regardless of brand affiliation or brand loyalty. You can get objective sources of information and how things really are from me. And look, even if I dislike something strongly, I will still let you know who it would probably be good for. If you're this type of gamer, look, I didn't personally enjoy this game for these reasons. I don't think that this business strategy, right, by this publisher or this developer makes sense to me, and it's not something I'm behind. But here's why you could be or should be excited about it. I'll always be honest with you guys, regardless of how big this channel gets, wherever we go, whatever. I ain't going to ever give up my integrity. By the way, I love that this keeps popping up saying, well, when your Xbox goes into idle mode, it does this. I love this system, guys, so much. But that's my charge for you guys. You see so much dishonesty on YouTube. You see so many people shilling to try to get a sponsor to take note of them, or one of the big companies, or just inauthentic people being blatantly dishonest with their audiences. I will never, ever be that guy. I don't care if someone's offering me $1 million. Not worth it to me. It's not worth it. So I appreciate you guys hanging out, trusting in me. And I love hearing when you guys disagree with me too. I've learned a few things from you guys. You guys have commented and made me think about some things, which is awesome. I love good, healthy debate, civil discourse. All that stuff is great. And I love that this channel has fostered that for a lot of you. It's been fantastic. So keep that coming. But this all comes back to, I think, you, Savage Dragoon, saying, I can't wait to see what they do with that Microsoft money. I agree with you. My goodness, especially after Fallout 76, Bethesda has a lot of ground to make up. But with them coming out with a new engine, and for the new major titles for like Starfield and for Fallout and Elder Scrolls and all these other things, it's going to be exciting to see. Competition breeds innovation for sure. Yeah, competition is the best thing in the world. You have to have competition. Look at Madden. They've had that exclusivity deal for so long. Guys, NFL 2K5, if you go back and play NFL 2K5, to this day, it's impressive. They had a halftime show with Chris Berman and Tom Jackson, and they'd show your highlights, and it was so awesome. My goodness, it looked at times almost like exactly like you'd watch a Monday Night Football game back in the mid 2000s. And then EA killed it with these exclusivity deals. They have absolutely no competition unless it's an unbranded football game. And who's ever going to play a game where you can't play as your favorite NFL franchise? I think they just recently extended that not too long ago. And all they do, man, is they just sit there and they languish. They release a yearly update. Even if you play a Madden for the first time in 3 years, the improvements they're minimal. They're minimal. Total lack of competition always results, whether you're talking about video games, just business in general, in absolute and utter stagnation. And it's absolutely important that we have competition. So you're absolutely right about that, man. No doubt that competition, Savage Dragoon, breeds the best. Yeah, Sony backwards compatibility as well. Yeah, the way that Microsoft has allowed you to modernize and consume your old content is incredible. You buy a game once, and even if you buy it digitally, right? Like I'm a huge fan, very obviously, of physical copies of games. But on Xbox, I think that concept's going, like I'm more comfortable with Xbox kind of getting away from that, because I know that if I buy something now, most likely in 20 years, I'll be able to still enjoy it and consume it if I want to, right? I love looking at my collection of games and being like, I remember playing through Max Payne 2, The Fall of Max Payne, and I loved it. You know what? I'm going to toss that in my system and play it. Oh, wait, I can't, because PlayStation won't allow me to do that. But I love that idea of being able to pull a game out and physically put it in and experience it. You know, again, even if I have to even if I have to re-plug in the old console. The fact that Microsoft digitally will maintain your license and allow you to continue to enjoy your content even if it's super old is so legitimate. And they modernize it by automatically upscaling it to 4K and increasing the frames per second from 30 to 60 by default. Unbelievable. So finally I've gotten to a point where I'm like, with my Xbox, if I buy some things digital, or I buy a good amount of things digital, or I utilize Game Pass, I don't ever really have to worry about it becoming outdated, because I know they're not just going to try to sell it to me like with the case of The Last of Us, right? On PS3, you had The Last of Us and Naughty Dog saying, oh, this will never be available on PS4. This is true, by the way. You can look this up. This will never be available on PS4. This is the swan song for the PlayStation 3. Everyone went out and bought it. And less than a year later, or maybe just over a year later, but I think it was less. I think it was like 11 months later, they released a remastered version on PS4, which they were working on when they gave that interview, and later admitted, yeah, when we said that, we were already working on the PS4 version, but sales. That's when I gave up on Naughty Dog back in 2013 when they pulled that. And I'm starting to kind of already see behind the curtain a little bit with some of the things they injected into Uncharted 4. Which was successful in a lot of ways, but I can't get over how badly Sony does with just nickel and diming you to death for the same game. All they do is charge you again for the same game, and the problem is a lot of people pay it. It takes a whole lot of people to stand up and say, "Screw this garbage. We're not going to allow that to happen anymore," and make a difference. But unfortunately, a lot of times people are just like, oh, it's a remastered version. Yeah, they've updated a few shadows. Cool. They just recharge you for the same old content across the board over and over and over and over again. Xbox doesn't do that. Them giving you a way to consume your content, no matter how old it is, and modernize it at the same time. Absolutely beautiful. And yet another feather in the quill, or in the cap, rather, of Microsoft. Hit that like, free, baby. Yeah, if you guys haven't already, hit this like. I appreciate that. Devin Miller says hello. What is going on, Devin Miller? By the way, I'm going to show Devin Miller tomorrow. I'm going to show him The Ascent. We're actually going to play it. And Devin, I don't think you were here earlier for my big rant on The Ascent, and we might play a bit of it tonight. We'll see how it goes. But The Ascent is such a textbook example of the dishonesty that's in this industry right now from a critical perspective, and the utter prevalence, lack of dishonesty and the utter prevalence of dishonesty, I guess is the way I would put it. That game should not be anywhere under an 80 on Metacritic. There's nothing you can objectively say about that game. The bugs that are in the game, they're there. They're minor, but you're not losing your save data and you're not losing your entire progress like you would see in like a Ratchet and Clank Drift Apart. So many different reasons why that's happening, but it's so unbearably dishonest and it's so blatant. And if you play the game and you look at the scores it's getting from the critics, it's so obvious what they're doing and what's happening. But I'm looking forward to playing that tomorrow with Devin. I'm a huge Fallout fan, but 76 isn't my cup of tea. We need a new Fallout. The problem with 76 and the real shame with it is I think it's even beyond the Capital Wasteland. I think it's honestly the best Wasteland that they've ever made. The Wasteland in that game is incredible. The actual Wasteland itself. The problem is the game's not only a buggy mess, they released the game with the base Fallout 4 code. You guys want to talk about a cash grab? Imagine this. Fallout 76 comes out. You got Todd Howard saying 16 times the detail. It's like 16 times less the detail. Literally, it's that bad at points. But this game launched, 4 years? Over 3? So Fallout 4 dropped in 2015. So Fallout 4 drops in 2015. You got Fallout 76 that drops in 2018. And they released it using the base code from Fallout 4. Think about that. Not only did they not use their own patches that they had applied to the Fallout 4 source code, knowing that it would make the game better, they released the game on the base Fallout 4 code. That is so inexcusable and so flippant of their audience. And listen, the way they've supported it over time and improved it, all power to them. I'm glad that they did that. But there's no excuse for that game to be pushed out in the state that it was. And the combat, like even when it had patches where it was solid and I could enjoy it as a traditional Fallout experience somewhat, the combat is so archaic and so old at this point that it just like kills the entire thing for me. But yeah, 76 definitely some serious issues, to say the least, and I'm really not fond of it. And by the way, I don't consider Fallout 76 news actual Fallout news. I had somebody saying to me, like, when I was like, in one of my in my Xbox E3 video when I went off on Microsoft, because again, it wasn't an E3, it was supposed to be the Microsoft Bethesda Game Showcase, or the Xbox Bethesda Game Showcase. That'd be like Sony buying Rockstar and being like, we're not going to say anything about Grand Theft Auto 6 and the Sony or the PlayStation and Rockstar Game Showcase, but worse because it's multiple franchises. Somebody told me, well, they talked about Fallout 76. How can you say there's no Fallout news? I'm like, I refuse to treat that as real Fallout news because it's not what people want. 90s, early 2000s was best Madden games. Yeah, back when they had Game Day as legitimate competition, no question. NFL Game Day was legit. You can buy dev mode on Xbox for a small price and install emulators, even PlayStation emulators. That's, dude, my brain can't handle that right now. That's some other level there, Xcoin. Original Xbox makes a great 80s emulator, says Salty Doc, no doubt. We need a reset for the gaming industry. Ascent doesn't look fun at all. It just works. The Ascent does, though, actually, and I'll show it to you, man. And I talked about it before you hopped on, Savage. The Ascent is what the Ascent is if Dead Nation had a baby with Diablo 3 and then had kids with shades of the Division 2, the best parts of the Division 2, and a myriad of other great games. And then they lived in the house. They lived in a house that was built out of the cyberpunk themed environment that CD Projekt Red promised to deliver us and never did. It's an incredible game. It really is. It's stellar. It has issues. It has some bugs, but they're you just reload checkpoints to fix them. That's the extent of the bugs. Oh, this boss didn't load. Okay, you reload the checkpoint. It takes 5 seconds, and the game's constantly saving. So you'll be right outside where you were, and then your guys load in. Not really a game-breaking issue. It is way better, man, than it looks. And if you're not a big twin-stick shooter fan, then that's a different story. Maybe it won't be great for you. But it has great. It's really got like some really nice RPG elements. They're not as deep as you would see in like a Mass Effect or a Witcher or anything like that, but they've got shades of that in there that make it far beyond just like a cyberpunk themed Dead Nation as well. It's awesome. I mean, it really is awesome. I can't recommend it enough. And I'm not a cyberpunk theme fan. Like, I've never been into cyberpunk, and that game's got me so hooked. We'll check that out here in a little bit and show you a little bit more about it. But yeah, definitely give it a try, man. It's awesome. It's awesome. The combat is fantastic. The story's okay. The voice acting, it's okay. The writing's solid. Actually, at times, really good. The writing. But you play like the gameplay is where it's at. The gameplay and all of the other systems that are working within it are cool. Just don't go in like some of these reviewers went in being like, oh, this is supposed, like they took their frustrations of what Cyberpunk 2077 wasn't, and then they applied that to the game, and then they gave it a terrible score as a result. It's so wrong, man. So dishonest. So manipulative. People talking about the bugs as if they were, you know, these huge game-breaking bugs. There's not a single game-breaking bug in the game that I've seen, that I've heard of. It's all just kind of minor nuisances that are going to be patched out. And meanwhile, they're giving like 10 out of 10s to a very, you know, run-of-the-mill 10-hour, you know, Ratchet and Clank game where it literally bricked my PlayStation 3 separate times. It's the only game where I had to like pull the power plug out of my PlayStation 5. No one talked about it. They said, oh yeah, there's some bugs that are there, but the game's worth getting through. I hate that lack of consistency, man, and the double standards. But all right, guys. So, Salty Doc says Ascent is fun. What Avengers should have been. No kidding, dude. No kidding. I would like to see them add a new game plus. I heard there's not a new game plus. They're talking about adding one, but going back, like, even if they never add a new game plus, I would just restart the game again with a new character and go with a new build and just play back through it again. The gameplay in that game is awesome. But if any of you out there are familiar with Dead Nation or just twin stick shooters in general, think about like your favorite twin stick shooter and then add like the best cyberpunk theme, one of the best gaming atmospheres I've ever seen. I can't remember the last time I was so firmly and blatantly placed in a game's world than the Ascent. It's staggeringly effective at putting you right in the center of this cyberpunk themed world. It's to the point where it almost feels like this universe existed before you fired up the game. It's unbelievable. And then you add these other systems on top of it. There's a dialogue system, but it doesn't, like, you don't have like consequences and choices, but it's nice to be able to ask questions and get additional lore. They've got a bestiary in there. They've got lore like codexes. They got those types of things in there. Your upgrade system's cool. You can put 2 mods on yourself. You can have multiple weapons and loadouts, and there's a wide variety of different weapons that are all upgradable. I mean, like, yeah, it's not going to be as deep as like a Witcher game, right? Or a Cyberpunk, what Cyberpunk supposedly was supposed to be, but it was never intended to. But there are still elements of that, and they're done so well. It just adds so much depth to your traditional, already awesome twin stick shooter. And then you got those Diablo elements as well with loot and opening chests. And then you got named bounties, kind of Division 2 style. You have to go back to a bartender to turn them in. You come across them in the game world. And, you know, and something else too is you had a bunch of woke publicists that were saying the game doesn't do enough to explore corporate themes of slavery. Oh, you're just an indent, which is essentially you get passage to this planet in the game, and so you're essentially paying off your passage to the planet as an indentured servant, right? They call you an indent. And unlike Battlefield 2048, where they're like, oh, you got this Levolution stuff, like, you know, you got these major climate events, like, what's that a result of? And they're like, climate change. And it's like, okay, EA is going to talk to us about climate change. The company that was in consecutive years voted the most corrupt company in the US or in the gaming industry rather, is going to talk to us about climate change. What they're doing is just making an excuse for these mechanics to be in the game. And listen, if they're good, fine. But then they start throwing around terms like expats, which are just so cringy. In this game, it makes sense that you're called an indent. It doesn't feel forced. It doesn't feel political in any way, shape, or form. It just makes sense. But you got reviewers that are like, oh, it doesn't do enough to, it doesn't do enough to investigate, the repercussions of slavery in this cyberpunk world. You just go and do tasks for multiple masters. 2 out of 10. Totally misses the point of everything the game is and is trying to be, and it's just a disgrace that there are people out there that Metacritic pulls in this drivel as part of their ratings. We're under a traditional model without something like Game Pass could be the death knell. Could be the death knell of a small development team like this Neon Giant, where it would prevent them from getting, because unfortunately, the industry at large is using Metacritic benchmarks for determining what type of bonuses developers get, for determining whether the franchise will continue, if there will be a sequel, regardless of what players say. But they use other metrics as well, as such as the amount of players that play the game. And guess what? People that have Game Pass, they're able to kind of surpass and go beyond this fake, faux, critical reception to the Ascent, and find new life as a result of Game Pass. So you find it working for developers as well as consumers. It's not just a consumer-based thing. There's so many benefits to the industry from Game Pass that go beyond just, putting these AAA titles out for gamers to consume at an affordable price. It actually has a major impact on the industry itself and the developers who work so hard to bring us these experiences, sacrificing a lot of times their mental health, sacrificing time with their family, only to have a bunch of woke, people who are being dishonest with their audiences put it down for one reason or another. Not necessarily because they're woke. There are other reasons for it as well. But I just absolutely love seeing that it got $5 million in opening revenue in the opening weekend, and seeing that a ton of players have tried it out because they happen to have Game Pass and we're like, okay, it's rocking a 67 on Metacritic. What's the harm in at least trying it? I can't lose anything, right? I don't have to shell out $30 or $40 to buy it, because otherwise people wouldn't buy it if they see us, a lot of people rocking a 67. But because they have Game Pass, they can play it, and they very clearly recognize this is a powerhouse exclusive for Xbox, and then they complete the game. Another metric that the game developers use. How many players have completed our game? How many people are interested in it? What's our player count? Those are the types of things that allow developers to get past an artificially and fake critical bombing of their title. But without a model like Game Pass, where people would have to pay 30 or 40 or even beyond that more money to play a game, it wouldn't be possible, because people wouldn't spend that money to play what is otherwise at, the surfaces, the water's surface, like a mediocre, crappy game that nobody likes. And it couldn't be any further from the truth. Game Pass giving small developing teams and IPs legitimate life. It's so cool. I love it, man. It's so cool. Game Pass is going to end up, I think, being one of those true milestones in this industry. One of those things that inherently changes the way that services and games are delivered and consumed, while also giving new life to both developers and publishers who put their games on there. And I absolutely love the fact that major AAA titles like Halo, like Psychonauts, like Back 4 Blood, right? Like I think Starfield is coming to Game Pass, like Microsoft Flight Simulator. I mean, this is going to be the way forward to get these games in people's hands without requiring that they shell out $70 or over $100 for the privilege to see if a game is good or not, or if critics are being honest or not about, what they're presenting to you. So anyway, long story short, I will always be honest. I'll tell you guys exactly like it is, and I'll frickin' show it to you right here on this channel. I'm going to run to the bathroom. I will be right back. You guys don't go anywhere. Stay tuned. We're going to come back and play some Halo. And thank you guys for submitting all the comments. It's been good. I've really enjoyed tonight. It's been a great stream. As always, thanks for the support. If you haven't done so already and you enjoy the stream tonight, click that like button for me. And if you haven't subscribed yet, make sure to do that as well so you can stay on top of whenever I go live or release a video here every week on this channel. Thank you guys for everything. We'll be right back with some more Halo, and I'll actually play some games instead of ranting and raving when I get back. I think it's time I switch to water. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's see. Imagine being woke in a digital world. Xbox Arcade was the bomb. Still play some of them, especially Toy Soldiers. Oh my God, like the movie Toy Soldiers. That was a legit flick, man, back in the day. Yeah, Toy Soldiers. I remember. Do you remember Army Men 3D? The Army Men series back on PlayStation. Probably on Xbox too. Great game, great series. Really went down the drain fast when it comes to quality and playability and all that good stuff. But yeah, man, that's a good call out there. All right, let's get back into some Halo, guys. Let's go shoot some Covenant directly in the face and kick them in the booty with steel toe boots on. Ooh!
We are the arm of the prophet.
Oh, yo!
And you are the blade.
We're playing as a Covenant.
Silent and swift.
Yo!
Quell this
Look at the
heresy
old
without
graphics.
incident.
This is cool. You got your plasma sword. Guys, I don't know what the sword's called. I forget. Someone out there is going to be like, actually, it's technically called. Yeah, whatever this sword is called, I love it. But it does bug me out whenever there's an enemy with one running at me, and I know if I get hit once,
And
it's
should have
over.
the local battle net in disarray. We have the element of surprise for now.
It's my data pad. Oh yeah, don't mind if I do. Don't mind if I do. Dual wheel, baby.
Engage active camouflage. Reveal yourselves only after the Arbiter has joined battle with the enemy.
You may wish to do the same, Arbiter. But take heed. Your armor system is not as new as ours. Your camouflage will not last forever.
Come on, buddy. To engage your stealth oh. And boom goes the dynamite. Oops. I gotta use this. I can't wait. I remember the back in Halo 2, there was that glitch where you could go across the entire map with this sword. You just be like this, and then you just like slide across like you're on an ice hockey table all the way across the map. Me and my friends, we used to get so mad. You'd see someone coming from like 100 yards away with that sword out, knowing they're going to hit you, and there's not a whole lot you can do unless you kill them. Oh, it's good stuff. Let's get this Covenant carbine going. Uh-oh. Get some stealth camouflage up. This game is so far ahead of its time. This series really was. Get back to the original graphics here, and I will play back through this in the original graphics again. I'm hurting. I didn't realize all these guys were bad. I didn't realize they were all bad. There we go. Yes, sir. I don't know why I'm killing other Covenant. I may have missed something. You're dying, you go to hell. Down, down, down. We're not going down. Name the movie, ladies and gentlemen. Down, down, down. We're not going down. See if there's any type of timer for this stealth camouflage. See how long it lasts. Oh. Uh-oh. Don't mind me. I said don't mind me. Oh, I remember these guys. I hate those little flying things, man. They don't mess around. They will light you up. In the first game, they had this library that you go through, and it was like straight out of Destiny. You could see some of these early versions or some of these early concepts that would ultimately end up in Destiny. It was like this ghost-looking thing, and it had these sentinel robots that would just tear you apart if you let them. Oh, I love the little pop out there of that little canister. It's like whipped cream popping out the canister. You guys ever pop out the canister at the bottom of a whipped cream thing? Totally wholesome. Not saying I've done that in any other way. I'm just saying that I've seen that before and it just pops right out. It's nice. That's what it reminds me of. I love how different the weapons are too in the game. So you guys can hear kind of the difference in the music and everything. Really like the controls in this game. You crouch by pressing in the left stick. You reload with your right bumper. Like just the control layout is significantly different than most of the other modern first-person shooters that are out there, but it just feels right. All right, where are we heading here? Where are we heading here? Love the music in this game. This reminds me of Independence Day a little bit. The alien ships in Independence Day. I wonder if I need to hop up into this ship. Oh no, oh god! Okay, we're good. It's gonna lead off an edge. I'd say the only thing really with these older titles is kind of not having, and maybe it's because I'm not paying attention and I've had a beer or two. Yeah, a beer. That there's no clear objective mark or anything like that. But I don't need handheld. I don't need handheld. I'm not a big fan of being like, oh, give me an arrow exactly where I need to go. Like half the fun is figuring it out yourself, you know. I used to be so good with sticky grenades back in the day that my friends wouldn't let me use them in multiplayer. It would be considered cheating. Well, it's been a while. Oh, these are good guys. I don't know how to tell. I guess they're probably green. Sorry, guys. Didn't mean to dome ya. I love the floaty jumping. I mean, just so many different characteristics of Destiny before Destiny was... I know I keep saying that, but it really is amazing how much Destiny... I understand it's the same team that made it. Even seeing some of those things in a game from 2001 is really cool. Uh-oh, he's got a sword. He's got a sword. Get out of there, get out of there, get out of there, get out of there. Yeah, that's an instant kill if you get hit by that, man. Not trying to mess around with that. Still up. Still up. My goodness. There we go. Take him down. Take him down, baby. Whoops. Listen. There we go. Alright, what are we going to roll with, guys? What kind of weapons do you guys want me to use? A needler? You guys want me to roll with a carbine? You guys direct me. Let me know what you want to see. Otherwise, I'll just continue slaughtering. There we go. We made it. I think I could probably open one of these doors somehow. There's probably some kind of terminal that I missed. Picked up a plasma grenade there, which is nice. By the way, if you guys haven't been following Halo Infinite, oh my god, it looks amazing. This idea of battle passes that never expire. You can select the battle pass you want at any given time. So say you join Halo like 3 or 4 seasons in or whatever, because it's going to be a live service multiplayer component, which is cool. It looks like they're building it out with a full suite of content, right? Instead of using the opportunity to release half a game and then charge you more for what should have been in it in the first place later down the line. But so if you join like later on and there are a bunch of battle passes out there, you can select which one you want with no expiration timer at your leisure, which to me is just, it's so awesome. That to me is such forward thinking and such a cool thing. I love that concept. I love how they're kind of building on some of the pain points that exist right now in this industry when it comes to those types of things. Especially if you have a full-time job, you got a family, kids, you can't spend all of your time. Like for me, I'll never, what's this? Ooh. All right, I will roll with this. Actually, let me get this carbine back and get rid of this needler. I am at a total loss of words for where I need to go. I need to kind of get this going because getting a little annoyed that I can't progress unless maybe I need to get on this ship. Let's take a gander. Nope. Doesn't look like the ship's where we're at. I remember beating Halo 3 on the hardest difficulty. It's one of my best gaming achievements. That's awesome, man. Way to go. Never played Halo 3, so the only Halos that I've played on friends' Xboxes back in the day was this game, multiplayer. I played the crap out of it my freshman year in college and my sophomore year in college. We played the ever-living hell out of that game. And the original Halo with friends multiplayer over at their place back in 01, back when I was in high school. And a little bit of single player too, but I've never played anything since. So everything from, I mean, even this, the campaign is new for me, which is neat. But especially all the newer ones and stuff, it's going to be cool kind of seeing how this progresses and how we move through things. I really am glad I'm picking up additional stuff, but I could also really use the next objective as well. Where are we going, guys? Maybe if I walk out here, something will happen. Nope. Get pushed back in. Okay. What's this here? Another new weapon. All right.
Prepare yourself.
Ton of new weapons. I mean, is this glitched out or something? I mean, I can't imagine that it is. I just, where do I need to go? These guys are following me around. They're not leading me anywhere, which is fine. Let's go up here. Is this an elevator? No? Yes, no, maybe so. Let's go back through here, see if there's anything I missed. There we go. All right, I just need to go downstairs. Okay, I like this weapon. I like this weapon.
Our foes multiply.
Oh, that looks like it's a Covenant rocket launcher. Did not know that before I fired it at point blank range. I like that there are.
Another enemy.
Get the enemy. Sometimes the classics are the best, ladies and gentlemen.
Ranting will not save you.
Is this guy still alive? Okay, I was going to say, I thought I pwned that guy. Alright. Alright, guys, we're cooking with gas now. We are cooking with gas now. It's the gunplay is so satisfying. It's so satisfying. It feels great. Responsive. There we go, baby. Pinpoint. I love that every time I log on into this game, there are new achievements for me to grab and new seasonal items to pick up just by playing through the game. Getting that Microsoft reward system going just for firing up this game. If you guys were here earlier, you saw I fired the game up and immediately you got Microsoft rewards points for it. We're just doing things I normally do anyway. It's awesome. So engaging, man, this Xbox. No matter what you're doing, how you're playing, what you like to do, there's always an incentive beyond what you would expect to see on other consoles. Love firing into a crowd of jackals. Always makes me feel good. Gives me those warm fuzzies. Ooh. You know, what's interesting about those jackals, though, is they don't mess around. They got those plasma grenades they'll toss at you, and if they hit you dead on, you're dead. You get stuck, you're done. Rare achievement unlocked, and it just popped up right on my computer as well. I mean, this guy, this is so cool. Two and a half hours in, I want to thank each and every one of you guys for joining me here tonight. I thoroughly enjoyed the chat, as always.
Quite unacceptable.
Again, here we've got. Very blatant Destiny themes. I mean, that was literally a ghost, guys, in 2004. What you just saw. And he was in the first Halo, too. Tell me that's not a ghost. He follows you around, he leads you around places, he gives you advice. Before you find out some things about him, but still. It's just nice to kind of see, like, the origins of some of those concepts that would years later be implemented in
from
Destiny.
the human's violation of the whole
Even though I'm not
temple.
the biggest Destiny
Why
fan.
do you keep calling it a temple? My installation was a weapon, and one which we needed very, very badly.
But Oracle, I do not understand. We were told the rings are salvation, a gateway to paradise.
Guys, we're going to roll through
by
this
whom?
map. We're
Anyone
going
who
to
told
roll
you that
through
is
this
a
next
fool,
level, and then we're
or
going to switch over to the
quite
Ascent.
mad.
How's that
That
sound?
installation was a beautiful tool,
Sound
designed
like a
to
plan?
destroy everything the Flood might feed on.
Everything?
Oh, quite everything. And if even
might
one
even
Flood
need to
spore
switch over
survived the
before then,
destruction
we'll
of
see.
my ring,
Communications.
Got about an hour or
Shut
so.
down all lines to the fleet. We will not notify the prophets of our discovery until I hear everything this Oracle has to say.
I will gladly share what I am permitted, but we have little time. What has been unleashed here could destroy everything you have ever known.
On that,
It'll buff
Oracle,
out.
we are in agreement.
These cutscenes are the damn bee's knees. The amount of time and effort that went into modernizing this is really neat. Alright, so I guess we just finish this level first, and we'll switch over to the Ascent. I actually have to make my way out of a dungeon now and grab an energy weapon, because the boss I'm fighting right now, I wasn't prepared when I went in. But I'll give you a good opportunity to kind of show you some gameplay, which will be nice. So I'll go ahead and play the Ascent. We'll beat the boss, and then we'll shut down the stream for tonight. Instant back kills. Love it. I love, by the way, just freely picking up dual wielding whenever you want at the drop of a hat. Like they did dual wield in this game so well. It's hard to believe that back in 2004 they were doing this well. And again, like I said earlier, it's not Perfect Dark early, but it's definitely implemented better than it was in Perfect Dark, with the ability to kind of mix and match some different things and the weapons that you're using. And here's the original graphics, of course, which I can't help but appreciate.
Every thrust itself.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh god, I love the grenades in this game. Little dive over to the side. This was all so new back in 2004 to see it this well implemented, and it still feels great to this day. Guy got smoked. He didn't even have a name tag. He had no chance. I love how I thought he was going to do something though. Sleeping over here. Oh my good god! Oh, you gotta get rid of the robot dudes. Like I said, they don't mess around. They're easy to take down, but if you let them hit you, man, you just let them hang around, they will wreck your day. Dual needlers. That's just unfair. Oh, it's so satisfying, guys. It's so satisfying.
It's in cover.
Is it December yet? Get me to December. It is going to be an absolute abject and utter joy playing through all of these ahead of Infinite's release. It's going to be so cool experiencing the full progression of the series. And then moving into Halo Infinite with an idea and a clue of what I'm doing. And then just playing and going all in on it. And thank you guys again for hanging out tonight. If you're new here, my name is BauerKillz. I've got 32 years of consecutive day-to-day gaming XP. And if you want to check out some of my videos on YouTube, most people have found me through my traditional YouTube content, but I do love just geeking out, nerding out, hanging out, doing life together, and talking about this incredible medium that is the video game space, which I've watched grow from a small niche to a legitimate storytelling medium and art form. It's just been the biggest joy of my life, man. Seriously, outside of faith and family, that kind of stuff. It's the one thing that has carried through my entire life from and always will. All right, guys, I'm going to be 80 years old, God willing. If I'm ever in adult diapers later on in life, you can bet that I might suck, but I'll still be playing video games all the way through. Verxess says I have to go, but I'll definitely check your Ascent gameplay out tomorrow. Yo, thanks, Verxess. Thanks for hanging out. I appreciate it. The Ascent gameplay stuff. There probably won't be much there, to be honest, because I'm probably going to head out here. It's 9:15 or 9:17 Eastern on my side of the fence, so I got to get up early tomorrow, as I mentioned earlier. So I don't have too much longer to play here, but I'll finish off this level. We'll play a little Ascent. What I'll do in the Ascent is go out, gear up, go back, beat the boss, and complete that mission, and then we'll go from there. That's just going to be a massacre right there. Oh, just firing off these needlers into a crowd. so satisfying. Man, Halo is the truth. Sticky. Just the chaos. I mean, and seeing it play out across all these different diverse environments as well. It's so cool to see from a game from 2004.
Brothers, I will defend the Oracle.
Its truth must
Ooh, we got different colored banshees here, don't we? I like it. Can't see me. Uh-oh. Wrong button. I thought I still had a neither up. But I didn't! Oh. Yeah, these needlers, man, they're no joke. And I love how prevalent they are, too. You know, if you got a weapon you prefer, it's always, you're always okay to drop what you're rocking.
Get after their leader, but watch your back. I'm sending one of our bandits.
Oh, here we go. And then you got that vehicle combat. You got that vehicle combat in there as well that is so much fun. The vehicles are accessible, and they were so different at the time when they came out. This idea of you steer by where your camera is looking at first is so weird. But then once you kind of get used to it, it was such forward thinking for the time. Guys, I got chills. This is so cool. Oh, I didn't even know I could barrel roll. Go barrel roll! Star Fox reference. Go barrel roll! Oh yeah. Oh yeah, baby. This is good stuff, man. There's the original music, graphics. It's still awesome, but then you got this. And some guitar in there. Ain't nothing wrong with that, is there? And I love that you have to lead your shots, right? It's not just going to shoot where you're aiming. You got to lead your shots. Oh, I got a secondary fire that I didn't even know about. Oh, I got back in just in time. Just in time. I love that I can get back in, by the way, instead of falling to my death. There's a speed boost I was looking for, that back left bumper. Oh, what do we got up here? Oh, let's take a direct hit. Oh, and I love, by the way, how you're... Oh, I got smoked. I love, by the way, how your vehicles degrade in real time. Also, how you get right back into the action when you get JFK'd. It's pretty sweet. Got to use that barrel roll. Do a barrel roll. Evasive maneuvers, I believe they call it, ladies and gentlemen. Uh-oh. Hey. Well, hey. Guy's still hanging in there, huh? So satisfying. We still got a jackal down here posing a threat. hurting. I'm hurting. Oh, you can do a vertical flip too. Let's get it. Let's get it. I think it's time to get a new Banshee. Yeah, I think it's time to get a new Banshee. That one's looking a little bit ripe. Just a little bit ripe. Oh, they dead. They dead. Wipe yourself off. You dead.
No sign of the heretic leader or his Banshee.
I love that we're playing as the Covenant, man. That's a nice change of pace. I didn't know you played as a Covenant in this. So many of you out there are like, damn, man, Bauer, you're such a noob. Yeah, for Xbox stuff, I totally am. Playing a little bit of catch-up. Loving it. Bring it, midges. Let's do it. Oh, dead hit. Dead on. Heck yeah, man. Don't you fire your green blobs at me. I fire green blobs at you. The ragdolling going on. Sorry, buddy. I didn't understand a word you said. It was because he was eating nachos. Big Newtons. Am I right? So we're at 60 of 150 for car alarm. I love the progression that they've added. I love that they have seasons for even that you're gaining progress in just for playing the campaigns and all the older games. It's so cool, man. I just can't say enough positive things about my experience playing through this franchise for the first time. And I'm really looking forward to putting a video out on it in the coming weeks.
We've tracked the heretic leader to this part of the station. Clear that landing zone and get inside.
I mean, for 2004, look at how good these graphics were. I do remember Halo 2 looked amazing. I remember that distinctly. All the different environments and the multiplayer and everything it could handle with all the different vehicles on screen. Take out these turrets. There it is, ladies and gents. Kill the heretic leader. The prophets will be done. I think that's where we're going to head into the ascent for just maybe a half hour or so. I mean, the difference in cutscenes, guys, here.
What is it? That stench. I've smelled it before.
Oh, you know what's great, too? 2 words. Quick resume. I can just hop right on over to the ascent. I can just hop right on over to the ascent knowing that I can just immediately go back and pick up right where I left off instead of that application being closed. Too frickin' shay, Microsoft, Phil Spencer, all of you folks involved with how you've put this console together. That's incredible. That's just incredible. Let's see if that happens. Let's hop back in. Let's see if it pops up in the top right, the little play button. Quick resume. You don't got to go through the screens. You don't got to go through nothing. Sorry, guys. I screwed up there. I was, my big fat ugly mug was on the screen. I'll do that one more time just for those of you who don't know. You can see it. So you play any number of other games, right? And then you're like, you know what, I'm going to go back and play Master Chief. Even if your console's in rest mode or whatever, and you come back. Now look at the top right of your screen. Look at this. Eat your heart out, PlayStation 5. And you can do this for multiple games. You can do this for multiple games. And this is a feature I didn't even know that I was missing. I assumed quick resume was kind of like what Sony says before Sony, the PS5 came out, that you could directly hop into multiplayer from the XMB or directly into, a certain part, a certain level of a game or something. But it still takes a while to load. It ain't that fast. Let me tell you that now. But we're going to hop into the Ascent here. I'm going to just give you guys a quick little look at what this game's like. It is stellar. I would probably give this game a solid 8.5. It's a great game. Once they iron out some bugs, they'll probably give this a 9. If you've played Dead Nation, then you're probably going to be a real big fan of what you're going to see. Devin, if you're still there, man, this is what we're going to play tomorrow. I can't get over how great of a job they've done with the setting in this game. Hopefully you guys can hear the music well, because the music, if you guys like Blade Runner, if you like other cyberpunk stuff like The Fifth Element, even there's shades of Dread in here, like Mega City 1 type of things as well. It's just like this massive conglomeration of all these different cyberpunk themes, but the way that they've put it all together to create their own world and just seamlessly hammer home this sense of place is unreal. Absolutely unreal. Oh man, you guys can't see how beautiful this is on this screen, but it's beautiful. So bottom right of my screen, you can't really see because my face is over it. You can see the different types of weapons that you have. I've got... I need to get some energy weapons going here. Oh, this is an automatic rocket launcher. That's right. Oh, there's a right there. That's a bounty. You see the name over it, Professor Powell. We're gonna go ahead and use one of our special abilities there. This will make an enemy explode once you kill him. Watch him get big and blow up. And that'll harm other enemies there, including yourself if you're not careful. So you've got unlimited. So here you got kind of that Diablo style. We pick up an advanced component here. We pick up a bounty that we can turn in at the bar. They kind of got stuck over here, which I haven't seen before. But let's take a look at our character. So I got 2 bounties here to turn in. You've got a cyber deck, which is what you use to unlock different things. So you can hack vending machines to get free health out of it. You can get to distinctly different areas of the game that hold chests, that hold explorable areas, that hold lore, different types of things. You find various cyber deck upgrades so that you can access all of these types of different things through hacking as you go throughout the game. So I've got, these are all the different weapons. This is an Astro Smasher. You can see down there, there's a type, what the DPS is. They've handcrafted every weapon and piece of armor. They've put a lore statement there. So for instance, here we've got the Astro Smasher is a power tool, which is ballistic, by the way. You'll learn down there there's ballistic, there's fire, explosion, there's energy weapons. They all have different capabilities. They're all fully upgradable, which is freaking fantastic. Man, I can't tell you guys enough how unfairly critically bombed this game has been. If you have an Xbox Series X, you have got to play this game. It is a powerhouse exclusive, worthy of your time. The Astro Smasher is a power tool made for deep space asteroid mining, where it is used to keep incoming Metroids at bay with a barrage of explosives. When used as a weapon, it is as bizarre as it is devastating. Well written. Yeah, I got to rock this Hab Defender PPW. I love that thing. This is like my little submachine gun here. I've upgraded it a ton. You got shotguns. You got heavy machine guns. You've got rockets. You've got all types of different weapons with different varieties, any numbers of things. Very cyberpunk style here. I'm wearing what's called a deep stink rebreather. Again, you got your lore statements attached to them, but look how cyberpunk this is. You can get your visors going on like Cyclops from X-Men style, your tactical comm headset, you got your combat hood, right? You got your icebreaker goggles, and you can see in the top right how it kind of changes your statistics, and it depends on, you know, what kind of build you want to have. There are different builds that are viable for different situations, as you would expect. So when you hear that the game has half-baked in RPG elements, that's really not true, right? It's just not the most in-depth stuff you've ever seen, like you'd see in a Mass Effect, or like you'd see, like I said earlier, in a Witcher, or like you'd see in any number of games where their entire existence is due to them like offering like these extremely deep interlocking mechanical RPG systems underneath. This game has a lot of that, but not to that depth. But it's a twin stick shooter in the vein of Dead Nation at heart. And what is there in addition to it is more than deep enough to fully and totally augment that core experience to the nth degree. You don't need those super deep things in this game. But I just love how great they've done with kind of really truly building out that cyberpunk aesthetic. So I'm going to roll back here to that deep stink breather here. Let's see if there's anything else here that's worth putting on. For this boss, I know I'm going to need some energy or some fire reduction. So yeah, I think what I'm doing as well. So then you have 2 augmentation slots, okay? You got 2 augmentation slots and then 2 module slots. So let's see, hydraulic slam, what I currently have equipped, is a punch delivered with massive hydraulic force that propels enemies away from you or liquefies them, which is beautiful, by the way. I love seeing meaty giblets, right? Like if I had to rename Doom, I would just rename it Giblets Simulator. Like just the amount of meaty giblets when you kill demons. This game's similar when you use that hydraulic slam. The hydraulic slam aug was made for the Chrome Dome arena fights, but serves equally well in any crowded combat situation. Want to know what the Chrome Dome arena fights are? Well, go over to your codex where you can look at tutorials, where you can look at locations, and that's not a small amount of text. So if you want to figure out the jargon in the game and what's going on, they've got a full codex including locations, lore, manufacturers, kind of like Borderlands style with a fully 3D model here where you can look around at the different things that you're seeing. I really like bios. So this, where's Poon? Where's Poon at? So you can kind of see how they've built out this model viewer is really, really cool. So Clobber, being Poon's second can't be an easy job, and Clobber would deserve some sympathy if he wasn't such a bloody wanker himself. Clobber was once a handyman until Poon decided to pull him from the gutter, i.e. the sub-levels, to become his personal purse holder. Nowadays, Clobber handles all the practical stuff that Poon can't be bothered with, whether it be rent collecting, indent morale boosting, or just acting as a grumpy firewall between any indent complaint and Poon himself. That is stellar writing right there. And the way that they've built this codex out, which you don't ever have to look at if you don't want to, but the fact that it's there. And when you start to read these things and you start to kind of get into this world, I mean, they've just done an incredible job. This game is fantastic, guys. It really is. The amount of time and effort that's gone into it and all the little things like this that... And here's a full chrome. These guys don't mess around, man. Hammer hands, they don't mess around either. So this is your bestiary here, right? It'll give you information on how to take him down quicker. This is probably the game's biggest shortcoming, is the map is, I don't want to say it's totally useless, but it's not it's not a great map, but there are two different ways you can kind of get. Let me see. There are two different ways that you can kind of get around. You can press up on your D-pad and it'll show you where to go, right, for your current objective, or you can just simply follow in general the marker that's on your mini map. You'll see like a little square symbol, and you can just follow the general direction until you get there. Oh my god, I'm looking at my monitor, guys, what you guys are seeing. Hidru says, well said. Oh, thank you. Savage Dragoon, yes, I'm playing the Ascent. Mark Lanal, thank you very much for coming in and playing. 7.5 with bugs for me. Hey, totally get that. If you want to give the game a 7.5, no issues. That to me is honest. I think that's the lowest you could give it. The bugs that I've experienced and the bugs that I've seen have not been game breaking like you would see in like what I experienced. And I said this earlier tonight a bunch of times with Ratchet and Clank, where it like literally bricked my PlayStation to the point where I had to turn to unplug the dang power cable, but also had to like kill corrupted save files and start new. And here it's mostly annoyances that can be patched out over time. 7.5, I think at the very lowest is fine. It's totally fine. Very honest rating, but for this to be rocking a 67 on Metacritic to me is just so dishonest. And it sucks. I mean, it bothers me. But no, I appreciate you joining the stream, man. Oh, and you got your environmentals. Let's hit this barrel. There we go. And you got this cover system. Forgot to tell you guys about the cover system. So your cover system, you can aim high or you can aim low, or not low. You can aim high or you can aim normal. If you aim high, you do more crits, and you can shoot over cover, which you absolutely need. So I don't really have an energy weapon, guys, that I can use here. But I do have this ridiculous Astro Smasher that I can kind of use to get out of nasty situations. You see the reload there, the little time wheel. And by the way, when you're upgrading your guys, you determine what your build is going to be. So I'm not really set up right now. That's why I got to run out and grab some energy weapons. I didn't know I was running into robots, and they just fall apart with energy weapons. I really need to go and get some of that, because right now I'm rocking ballistics and explosives, which do the least amount of damage to them. But when you look at your character and your skill set, you've got tactical sense, critical rate, you've got weapon handling. It'll tell you right there what it'll upgrade. You got aiming, balance, evasion, vital signs, and body battery, which determines kind of the different types of AUGs, you know, how often you can use them and when. So I've got 6 skill points here. I've been kind of pumping everything into critical hit, to be honest with you, and health. Let's get our health up to 15, and then we're going to get our aiming up a little bit. And by the way, you can see that the attributes here correspond with cybernetics, motorics, biometrics, and frame, and those by extension will enhance the various different armor pieces that you have equipped. They'll enhance the different weapons that you have equipped in your general loadout, and they will provide you a wide variety of viable builds to build your own character. I mean, the idea of this game doesn't have any depth on top of what's already a phenomenal straight up twin stick shooter. It's total garbage and drivel, and it's just simply not accurate. I mean, look at the environments, guys. You're always picking things up off the ground. Yeah, I definitely need to pick up that health. You guys can't really see my UI in the bottom right, but my face is covering it, but it's all your information is there. Let's go ahead and extend this bridge out. But I wish you guys could see this in what I'm playing it in 4K and on this TV. It is so unbelievably brilliant. The colors that they use, the environments they've put together are teeming with life. Just absolutely teeming with life. Look at that quick reload. And I got that submachine gun to just mow them down. By the way, you have infinite ammo for all your weapons. You don't have to worry about ammunition. It's one of those types of games. You just have to make sure, Contra style, right? You just got to make sure that reloaded when you need to be reloaded, and you're full and ready to go. I love this game so much. This is such a great exclusive for Xbox, guys. I mean, you're not really seeing much here. I'm going to go back up to the surface here. You guys will get a good look at what the city looks like and kind of some of the different aspects of the game, but this is one of the most blatant examples of intentional critical bombing I've seen. I mean, it's similar to how Ari Nadas of Kotaku tried to just take Wasteland 3 down a peg by just blatantly lying about the game, saying stuff wasn't in it, when it was literally there from the first battle. He just couldn't be bothered to try all the buttons or to read the dialogue in the instruction manual. If you couldn't figure out how to do something, worst case scenario, open up the digital instruction manual. You're a reviewer, dude. Do right by your audience and be honest with you. And be honest with them. I mean, I'm just so sick and tired of this. I'm just so sick and tired of the dishonesty in this industry. But that's why I'm here, guys, is the anti-show, to bring it and show to you what's really going on. Oh my gosh, just the amount of rockets being fired. So I'm going to take cover here, right? And I'm going to fire. So I've got cover here, and I'm firing over the cover to hit those enemies. All right, I got to start paying attention here to what I'm doing. It's so hard to fight these guys without the right damage type. Let's hit that. There we go. So again, using cover here. Give me that health. Give me that health. Yeah. Shoot. Oh, not good. Not good. Not good. Not good. Oh, there's some health. There's some health. Let's get behind cover. Let's get behind cover. By the way, that's a grenade I just threw. I'm going to get smoked, I think. I ran the wrong direction, and there are enemies everywhere. All right, so if I kill one of these guys, they're gonna blow up. Watch him get big and blow up and hit the other guys, and the other guy does the same thing. AOE damage, baby. AOE. And by the way, this is 4-player co-op. Oh, I desperately need this health. My controller, by the way, is rumbling, and you got that rumble on the 360 controller, which is so much better than the PlayStation controller. Really, an aspect of this I was not expecting when I popped open this Xbox Series X. I'm surprised I made it through that. I got to find my way out of here and get back to the surface. Let's take a look at our map here. Oh man, I went the wrong direction. I got to get over there to the archaeology deep stink. You can call a taxi in general from wherever you are, but obviously when you're inside a dungeon like this, it doesn't do the same thing. It seems to lack extraneous crap, which is nice. Yeah, dude. It's all about it's a twin. Guys, I've had a few drinks. It's a twin stick shooter at heart. But it also adds all of these elements of RPGs from all these other great games as well. It doesn't go as deep necessarily, but it doesn't need to. I just picked up a skin for my weapon. Here's a vendor. By the way, you can shoot these and destroy them to get free health. If you don't have the money, you don't want to spend the creds. But I've seen a number of really honest people out there, major reviewers, saying this is on their Game of the Year shortlist, one of the best games they played in 2021, and I totally can understand that. I mean, I really can't emphasize enough how great of an exclusive this game truly is. It seems to my man tuning in from Melbourne, Australia. Mark, you're in Melbourne, dude. You're out from Australia. Is that where you're from? Dude, like one of the things that just blows my mind about this channel, I'm about to hit 1,000 subscribers. I've had a ton of people commenting on my videos, which has been really cool, and people joining the live streams, man. But seeing people from all over the world hanging out, spending time together, it's just been so cool, man. It makes me feel like $1,000,000. There are no journalists these days, just activists. Salty Doc, you couldn't have hit that more on the head, man. And that's what I want to fight against, man. I want to bring objectivity and truth to my audience and to kind of fight back against that garbage that's in this industry and really in the world as a whole right now. Yeah, so I got to go further down to the left to get back to the entrance here. So what we're going to do is we're going to get out of this dungeon. I'm going to go back and show you guys off some of the city and how beautiful this game looks, because it's not just all shooting, right? Most of it is the action's nonstop when you're outside of cities, but there's plenty to do inside of cities as well. And you can get a look at just how incredible this environment in this game is. And by the way, I love looting lockers. It's so much fun. I need all that health. I got full health now, which is good. I mean, the way that the perspective changes to show off the world around you. So now this is like a straight up side scrolling shooter, but you see the machinery in the background. Devin, when I show this to you tomorrow, man, it's gonna blow your mind how good this game looks, man. See that camera perspective change? They do such a great job with that kind of thing. Yeah, look at this. As you make your way down to the bowels of this city, you start off in what they call I think this is the deep stink, but you start off in the lowest part of the city where there's crime everywhere, there's garbage everywhere, low class cyberpunk tier type of stuff. In cyberpunk stories, you got those characters who just they're living in poverty and they're living on the lower levels of the cities. That's kind of a distinct theme in this genre, and it's actually a good guy, but you can kill whoever you want. And as you play through this game, you move up further in the city and you get to see kind of like other aspects of it, which are really neat. By the way, you have a cooldown on your on the amount that you can, or a cooldown on your dive, so you can't just infinitely. So see here, I'm pressing. You have a cooldown on like your dodge moves and stuff. So there's a bit of tactics that come into play here too, especially when you really need to use cover. You need to fire over cover. So watch my beam here, right? You hold down the back left bumper and you'll see that he's aiming up higher. So if there are enemies that are taller, you can get headshots and more crits by hitting them up top, right? Or if you're behind cover, you can still hit them by aiming over that cover. It's just a really cool, nice little additional piece of flair that's added in the game. Now, if they're shorter enemies, you'll actually miss them entirely if you're aiming up. So see how I'm shooting up and I can't hit them because I'm shooting above their heads, right? Because these are smaller enemies. So here, normally, if I'm shooting here, I can't shoot over at that guy over there, but now I can shoot him because I'm aiming up. It's awesome. There we go with that hydraulic slam. Oh, we got a big boy. He's down. So again, very Diablo-esque in a lot of ways. I mean, come on. Come on. Oh, these are level 24s. I gotta be careful with these guys. These guys will kill me in one hit. Oh my gosh, yeah, I'm down. So did not know I was approaching level. Look at this death screen too. This is pretty cool. I like this. So you get like that first shot and then that second shot, and you get the third shot right towards you, which is pretty cool. But then when you continue, the game's constantly saving. So look how quick that loaded me right back into where I died. That is one weakness of the game. You can't always tell when there are high-level enemies that are going to pop up. You just kind of learn by situations like that. But I'm literally 15 seconds away from where I just died, so it's really not a big deal. Is it annoying? Occasionally, at times, yeah. But you're back in the action so fast that it's really more than forgivable. It doesn't detract from the experience at all. You guys just see what I just did to him with that hydraulic slam. This game is so much fun to play, ladies and gentlemen. It is so satisfying. Sorry, buddy. I mean, it's so much fun. There's a level up. Let's hit that barrel. Look at the explosion. Look at the entrails. You got someone firing rockets. Guess what? Mine's bigger. Anybody else? Anyone? I feel like we need to hear Duke Nukem pipe in here saying, "Who? Come get some." Old school Duke 3D. My favorite first-person shooter of all time, tied with Doom Eternal, by the way. So now that we're seeing more NPCs here. I know we're getting closer to the exit. Let's take a quick look at our map. Yeah, so I got to go to the left. So the map issues are not nearly as bad as you would as you hear. I mean, again, guys, I really do think. So I'm access denied. Is that what it said? Access denied. Why can't I? Maybe there's a way out over here. I really hope they're not trying to lock me in here with a boss that I can't beat, because that would suck. 'Cause I am not prepared for the boss that was in here. I don't have an energy weapon. And this was previously open, and it's just saying access denied here for some reason. That would suck. Because I tried to beat that boss like 5 or 6 times, and I was just getting smoked because I don't have any energy weapons unless something drops from somebody. I really kind of want to get out to the city and show you guys off show off how beautiful this game's world is. Because it is just, it's so beautiful. I mean, it really is. It's something you have to see to believe. Maybe it was denying me access there because I didn't kill that enemy. Ooh, okay, I thought these were. Yo, and now, dude, sorry to hear about all the lockdown garbage you're going through, man. I've read about it, man. I watched Sky News actually, quite a bit. Unreal, what's happening there. Sorry to hear you have to deal with that. But thanks for tuning in from Australia. That's hard. That's just crazy, man. That somebody on the other side of the world is hanging out right here tonight on the channel. So thank you for your time, brother. I appreciate it. If you haven't already, man, if you like what you see, do me a favor and like this, man. And if you haven't subscribed yet, definitely take a look at my channel, man. I kind of got my live streams sprinkled in there with all my other traditional content. I release videos pretty regularly, and so definitely keep me in the loop on what you want to see, man, and what you like, what you don't like, all that good stuff. But thank you for hanging out, man, and spending time all the way from Australia. Absolutely epic beyond belief. Look at that quick reload. I've got my whole build based around quick reload so that I can keep myself in one piece in tight spots, and it's been significantly valuable. It's saved my life more times than I can count. There it is. Look at that. Let's hit him. Let's let him blow up. Oh man, it never gets old watching him just get big and take out other enemies. Alright guys, so I think we're going to be okay here. I think I just need to take another way up. I don't want to speak too soon, but let's get a grenade out. You can detonate that anytime you want, by the way. You got stun grenades, you got frag grenades, obviously. You got all types of different things. Actually, where's my pistol at? So I had this Astro Smasher attached because I thought it looked pretty cool and I wanted to try it out. But we got an energy. Oh, I didn't even know, guys, I had an energy assault rifle. So I could probably go back and try to beat the boss now that I have an energy assault rifle. But I'm going to go back. I'm going to upgrade a few things. We're going to show you guys some stuff. But let's see, the Dominator here. Ballistic machine gun. You got a riot gun, which is a ballistic shotgun. Let's equip that bad boy up here. See what this looks like unupgraded. See if this does some damage. I'm sure it does. Oh, look at that spread, which of course you can. Oh, that's so cool. And of course, you can upgrade your spread to be less if that's the type of build that you want to rock. So just playing, like, this is already a game I know I'm going to be playing for a long time. I'm just going to be doing different builds. Let's take a look at this shotgun. Oh, it's just liquefying things. It's just liquefying things. Oh my gosh, it is so satisfying. And at any time you tap your Y button, which is your triangle if you're on PlayStation, to switch between your weapon. Sound design on this shotgun, the way it feels with the rumble profile on the controller, what it does to enemies, every weapon feel is so different. I can't even imagine how great this game is going to be in co-op. I think you can play up to 4-player co-op. I'm sure they add more enemies, they give them more health and armor and all that good stuff. And we're going to find out tomorrow, Devin. I'm pumped about that, buddy. So yeah, so here, guys, like I was saying, I couldn't imagine they'd lock you in if you weren't prepared for a boss. Look at this. And I don't know how well you guys can hear the soundtrack or not, but I just can't, man. This is such a textbook example of a game that is criminally underrated, but intentionally so. I'm not gonna harp on it much longer. I'll have a video coming out about it sometime soon. I love these little cutscenes too. You can hear like the radio playing and see stuff on the, you know, they'll talk about stuff in the game world. You'll see stuff on TV. You'll see different people doing different things. You know, you'll get a taxi theme if you want to call a taxi. Look at this. Guys, there's a very Star Wars-esque feeling to the architecture in here. When you look down into these giant chasms and the architecture that's there are at times in this game so many different inspirations from so many different places. This BioChoice farm over here, you know, is a major medical provider in the game. You see them all over the place, and you know that there's some nasty stuff going on with them. But just looking out at the city, if you stay here and you don't do anything, the developers are smart enough to recognize that you're away from your controller, and they'll actually pan out and start showing off the city while you're away. But that just the amount of life and the ships that are going on and all the different sights you'll see throughout this game, the soundtrack and the sound design, and it's just all amazing. You got these signs here showing you how to get to Cluster 13 and Blossom Hill, you know, if you're paying attention to the game world. But if I want to take a taxi, right? Here, let's take a taxi to Cluster 13. This is one of the main cities in the game. Let's just hit up Cluster 13. Tell me this isn't Fifth Element style, right? Chilling out, doing your thing in the taxi. Bandcat says, what time you playing co-op tomorrow? Probably not till the afternoon. Look at that. Look at that. The particle effects. Guys, let me rant for a minute. Sorry. I'm not sorry. It's who I am. It's what I do. I can't emphasize enough to you how beautiful this game is, how vibrant it is, and how teeming it is with life. The lighting is on another level. Okay, but the way that NPCs move throughout the world, this is a very real sense of you are in a small pocket universe that has existed before you fired the game up. That's what it feels like. And it's so satisfying to play and check out. I mean, you look at every square inch in this game. There's not a single square inch in this game that wasn't meticulously designed and executed flawlessly when you look around this environment. I mean, when we come back here, look where this says Punk Bladder on the right-hand side of the screen. So I'm in one of the central city hubs here, and you get a little bit of a Mass Effect feel with some of the different species. It's almost like the most. Look at the robot flying past, right? You got people, of course, you can talk to. You don't have to talk to anyone. If you just want to run around and shoot people in the face at point blank range, and you want to skip the story, you want to skip the awesome codex that's in there. By the way, there's also Metro here that'll take you where you need to go. That's free of charge. And they have its own kind of cutscene for that as well. It's awesome. Top right screen, you got your hub. It's very kind of Grand Theft Auto-esque with the little gun icon there and the different places. Let's go turn in some bounties here. But I mean, it's just... Oh, nice. Visit vendors. So new stuff over time like you would expect. Let's see if they got anything new in here for me to check out.
Who are you looking to flap?
And you can see they've taken the time. You can't see it on your screen, I don't think, but where you see that little red exclamation point, that little tab there, it'll let you know there's new stuff for you to look at. So this one, we got an E54 Eraser, which is an energy shotgun. So I need energy weapons for this boss that I'm going to fight. And I really like the way that this riot gun felt. By the way, you see that little 2 to the right of it? Again, this is small for you guys seeing it, but I can see it fine here. That little 2 means that there's a duplicate. I've got multiples. So anytime you want to sell to a vendor, you just hop right on in. There's some nice quality of life features here. Head right on into weapons. You tap your Y button and it allows you to just simply straight up sell all of your duplicates. It's a really nice touch, and you'll see that you'll get your funds on top of it. Right? And there's some things in here that I'm not really necessarily interested in. I don't really want an energy pistol. If I'm going to use an energy weapon, it's going to be an assault rifle, at least on this playthrough, right? Or an energy shotgun. But same with like headgear. Let's sell all of our duplicates. You just go on down through your list. You tap your Y button or your triangle button if you're on PlayStation, or you're not. This game's only on Xbox, but if you're a PlayStation fan, that's the same type of thing. Your modules, your weapons, your tacticals, all that good stuff. I got shockwave grenades that I just sold off. But let's take a look at these weapons. We got precision weapons. We've got a sniper rifle that I haven't seen for the first time. You got a nice little comparison there on the top right of the screen here, like you would expect. You know, single fire, here's how fast it fires, all that good stuff that you might expect. It's just so well done. Machine guns, we've got a P9000 room sweeper. And again, I love these little lore statements they put in for everything. So for that P9000 room sweeper, CorpSec officers wanting to increase their unit lethality. I can't talk. Stats need look no further than the room sweeper, guaranteed to up the ante of any short-range engagement and cocky gangsters or indents in breach of contract, right? Excessive. They have a weapon category called excessive. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I rest my case. This game is awesome. The RPG-23 was designed to take down mid-sized mechs and punch through lighter armored vehicles. That it would be used in a number of archaeology turf wars surprised exactly no one. Avoid use in confined spaces. I love it. So let's pick up an energy shotgun here. This eraser purchased. Let's take a look here what we got. So I'm just gonna equip, because there are a lot of robots down there. I'm just gonna go ahead and change my loadout here. Let's hit our loadout, our primary weapon. We're gonna roll with this eraser that we just picked up, and then we're gonna pop our secondary. We're gonna make that the energy rifle. Let's see, where's that at? There it is. The E77 Superior. And again, I can't emphasize this enough, guys. I've had a lot of fun looking through the lore and reading about all this stuff. Right here, it's talking about AIs here, and I've always loved model viewers in games. When developers go the extra mile and give you a model viewer, but also the ability to kind of, go, do the 3D modeling right there, and they implement that and integrate it with your codecs. That's nice. So you can see I've read a lot of this stuff. Here it tells you what a stack box is. That's your boy Poon. Where is Poon in here? Yeah, there we go. Stack boss Poon. He cracks me up. Look at him. Look at him doing his thing. He's the guy you work for as you're paying off your debt for passage to this planet as an indent. Stack boss Poon is a cardiac collapse waiting to happen. He rules Cluster 13 as stack manager and tenant overlord, rough and gruff. He lives in a state of constant irritation and displeasure. Having spent untold standards making underhanded deals, he is an expert manipulator, though his usual approach is just to bully his way forward. And I'm telling you, man, this guy is one of the really cool characters in the game. Voice acting isn't the best in the world, but his writing's fantastic. The game is stellar. It just is stellar. Objectively, I really think this game objectively is... Man, brother from Australia, I know you're giving it a 7.5, man. You must have had a ton of bugs. I can't give it anything less than an 8. Even if I hated the aesthetic, I'm not a fan of twin stick shooters or the cyberpunk aesthetic, which is done so well here. I couldn't objectively give this game anything less than an 8, and I would absolutely, even if I personally disliked it, and I would say why, I could not say anything other than it's an awesome exclusive that everybody that owns an Xbox should try out and should play, especially now that it's on that it debuted on Game Pass.
Where's the party?
All right, so I'm gonna go upgrade my weapons here, turn in my bounties, guys, and then I'm gonna go back and take that boss down before we shut down the stream tonight. And I'm happy to show this more to you guys as I play through it, but I'm gonna be playing through this game multiple times. I love it. It's got my attention. I can't put it down. So playing this as well as the Master Chief Collection, I got Psychonauts, the original on deck to prepare for Psychonauts 2. Listen to the synth, man. I love the little holograms too. You can see the little pop drink up there above this guy's head. I mean, some of the sights that you see in this game are just crazy. Let's go down here and turn in our bounty. You can turn your bounty into any number of people. So, listen, I could get health here. I've got a cyber deck. See, it won't let me hack them because I haven't upgraded it enough yet. But you can find cyber deck upgrades throughout the game. And
if you got any bounties,
let's turn in our bounties. Professor Powell.
Nobody's gonna miss that chrome.
Witty Freeshy. There we go. So that reminds me a bit of the Division 2. You'll see some influences from a bunch of different AAA games in here. The Division 2 being one of them. And so let's take a look. Let's take a look where you can see all these chests I haven't even opened yet that are on the map. Yeah, I want to upgrade. I'm gonna go to the blacksmith here and upgrade my gear. Maybe apply some new skins to my weapons and armor. We'll see, because you're picking up skins and stuff too, just like with Diablo. You're picking up new things all the time. So he's down below. I got to get down there. So it's been an abject joy and pleasure to just kind of, learn these cities and these different areas. And there's so much verticality in this game. So you can see down below, there's an entire marketplace down there. And you can go down there and you can go explore things. You see the stairs over there. I mean, typically when you're playing something that's kind of like this isometric perspective, sometimes, yeah, like the graphics aren't the best. If you have the option to zoom in, they're not really built out very well. This game actually utilizes that perspective to completely and totally inject life into every corner of this universe. It's unbelievable. Like the game just keeps my jaw on the floor all the time with its environment. We're gonna hit that metro then and get back to that dungeon. We're gonna take out that mech. First, we're gonna go up. I love this little marketplace.
if you got the pieces, I got the skin.
ST Reborn 311, thank you for joining the stream. Let's take a quick look here, guys, before I continue. Take a quick look through chat, shall we? Thank you guys again for joining me here tonight on this Friday night Arsenal stream. Appreciate it. It's been a lot of fun hanging out with you guys. I know I say that a lot. If you guys are hanging around from the beginning of the stream to the end, you'll hear me repeat myself a bit, but I really do appreciate it. It's been a whole lot of fun getting the channel off the ground and spending time with you guys, making videos, all that good stuff. Let's see. How's the taxi system compared to fast travel? Actually really good. It'll take you anywhere you really need to go where an objective is. They do break out, and Salty Doc asked that question. So they don't have a direct fast travel system. You have to take a metro, right? A metro is free. There are stations throughout the world. A taxi, anywhere you're in the overworld, as long as you're not deep in a dungeon. Like when I started this game, I was in the bowels of a dungeon. You can't call a taxi there, but it's only 1,000 creds. You'll see these dishonest reviewers. Another thing they say is, oh, you could only take a taxi and it's prohibitively expensive. At 120,000 U creds, right, which is the currency in the game. It was 1,000 to get to cluster 13. It's so dishonest. Man, reading some of these reviews just makes me, it's just infuriating seeing the intentional ingenuity going around. But no, it's good. But they do kind of break it out. Like there are different very large overworlds, and then you can fast travel within them. Otherwise, you'll have to make your way out to another larger area, which kind of breaks out those travel systems across multiple different places, kind of tied to those larger areas. But you can always take a metro or a taxi to kind of the entrance to get to one of those. So that's really a non-issue. Me falls through window. What's up, Bang Cat? Thanks for joining again, man. You had me cracking up last week. It had me howling. Yeah, man, I just came out of quarantine, but we're in lockdown now, man. I'm loving the channel. Thank you, dude. Seriously, thank you guys. I dig it. I'm sorry, by the way, I wasn't able to get a video out this week. I said this a little bit earlier tonight on the stream. I started a new job, so I got a really big move to another organization in my field, which is information security and IT. And it's a huge promotion step up. Very blessed, very humbled by it. This is my second week there. I'm still trying to get the work-life balance down. So I've realized I'm going to have to shoot at different times. I'm going to have to edit at different times throughout the week. And most importantly, I have to keep time with my girls and my wife first and foremost. So got that gift card video out last week. Have 2 more of those coming, by the way. So if you guys didn't win this week, definitely stay tuned and make sure to comment on those, because I'm giving away another $100 over the course of those 2, $50 a piece. But couldn't even update you guys on YouTube. I had to do it on my Twitter, which if you haven't followed me, definitely, I guess, follow me there, even though I hate Twitter with the freaking passion of a million burning suns. Yeah, no, the goal will be to get a video out and stream every week. And then in 2022, I'm going to see if there's a way I can scale up, because as this channel gets more subscribers, you know, as we kind of go along further in this journey together, and I'm able to maybe be more flexible with how much time I'm putting towards this, my goal is to continue making progress and to continue finding ways to get more content out more regularly. It's just kind of right now hard with the full-time job and family and all that kind of stuff to get above what my current capacity is, but we'll get there. That'll happen. So don't worry about that. Bangcat said, saw the stream, so stopped in, but probably going to need an app soon. I definitely want to play this game with someone sometime. Oh yeah, man, play with me. Play with me, man. Hit me up with BauerKillz, KILLS, on here, because it's the only time I've ever seen it. Somebody already had BauerKillz with a Z. I've never seen it anywhere. So I don't know if someone actually had that or whatever, but I had to pay $10 to change my name and to change my tag. So everywhere else I'm BauerKillz with a Z, but on Xbox I'm BauerKillz with an S. So yeah, man, hit me with an invite, Bangcat. I'm sure we'll play, dude. No worries. More Xbox on channel, bro. I'm loving it. Thank you, Mark. Appreciate that, bro. A lot of Xbox stuff coming. So I've got a video coming on Game Pass, and a lot of the stuff you guys heard me tonight, I'm going to kind of filter down into a video and add my typical humor and my clips and all that good stuff in there. But I got Game Pass video coming. I got my first impressions coming and kind of comparison to PlayStation 5 and why this is so much better, really, legitimately, genuinely, than PlayStation. Guys, my throat is so sore from talking on this live stream, which is now approaching yet again 4 hours. So that's coming. I got a video coming on this. I'm going to talk about how egregiously this game is being critically bombed in broad daylight in front of everybody. And I want to get the word out that this is an absolutely amazing exclusive that everybody should play if they own an Xbox, or at least try out, especially on Game Pass. And I'll also kind of touch on that video about how Game Pass is giving and breathing new life to developers and allowing them to kind of get past some of these artificial, campaigns against their games, which would otherwise be killing their franchises, killing any hope of a sequel, and a lot of times putting people out of work searching for jobs. Shameful what's going on. Let's see. Sorry, guys. I'm just going all over. What time are you playing co-op tomorrow? Probably in the afternoon with my buddy who's joining. Battle Angel Alita Extra Violence Simulator, and I'm okay with that. I've never seen that, but I hear good things. This game has influences from every cyberpunk thing I've ever seen. Blade Runner. You've got parts of Star Wars that are in there. You've got Fifth Element stuff in there, Dread stuff in there, Alita Battle Angel apparently in there. But then you just see these major influences from other, games that are AAA titles done so well, but infused and baked into what is at its core an incredible action RPG twin stick shooter. But the sense of place and how they've nailed this atmosphere. This is the best cyberpunk game from an atmosphere perspective ever. Period. It's not even close. Not even close. Absolutely incredible. And it's been and I've only played it solo. I haven't even played it co-op yet. And it's held my time and attention something fierce. Mark says, looks sick. Oh, brother, it is. Was really looking forward to this game, but just didn't get it yet. Been kind of hoping to hold back and play it with someone. Well, we've already covered that, man. We'll play it together, so no worries. ST Reborn 311, thank you for joining the stream. Welcome, and good to have you here. You say the minigun falls into excessive, hard to use solo, but super fun in a group when spun up. I'm getting excited because I can see the sheer amount of different builds that you can put together in this game. And thinking about playing with multiple players and having someone spec'd with different mods and different AUGs and different weapons and armor and all of this good stuff to sit in the back and maybe snipe people or lay into enemies on the front lines with an excessive weapon or any mix or hybrid in between. Yo, that's got my blood pumping. I'm excited to check this out in co-op and see how much fun it is. You can probably off yourself using that weapon. Yeah, it's not going to lie, it's happened. Heavy weapons, explosives, and vehicles are my bag, says Bangcat. When I get around to it, I want to figure out how to access the mech ability. Didn't know there was a mech ability, but I wish I could say I'm surprised. I'm not. The music is great even over the stream. Love that Blade Runner sci-fi sound. Dude. Yo, you ain't even kidding. The music in this game is... The soundtrack is, it's going to be up for, it should be up for soundtrack of the year. The synth is real, man. And there are so many different tunes, and they're all played in so many different situations that perfectly fit them. Just helps hammer home that sense of place in the environment that this game seamlessly and effortlessly presents. Hate to say it, says Salty Doc. No, you don't want to hear it, but RNC co-op done right would be the shiznit. I got nothing against Ratchet & Clank. It's just Drift Apart I thought was a very standard par for the course entry. And seeing it get highly heralded was sickening. And I put a video out on it. If you guys haven't seen it, you check it out. It's my Ratchet & Clank is overrated video. And I show you why. I talk about it. You can see the blatant invisible walls that are there. It's very linear. They took almost all of the platforming out of the game. Unlike Psychonauts, which does platforming unbelievably well, even the original holding up to this day. And it's just a very standard, straightforward Ratchet & Clank experience that had amazing graphics, but really not much else. But I agree with you, man. I think if you added co-op to that, it could be something cool as long as they designed and updated the world design around it. That'd be good. Hope you have a great display, says ST Reborn 311, to enjoy this with. The graphic presentation on a big HDR is eye-watering. Oh, yeah. Yeah, so I'm rocking this on a Samsung Q80T, which is one just slightly below. It's essentially flagship model Samsung. I'm rocking the 55-inch because of the size of this studio and this home office. I originally had ordered a 65-inch, but I realized, like, from viewing distance and stuff, it'd be way too much for me. It would, like, destroy my eyes. And, dude, it's one of the few TVs that has HDMI 2.1, so I can take advantage of, like, the full power of next generation. I kind of, like, planned all this investment and all that stuff, so that when I went all in on my investment to spin up a YouTube channel, to share my expertise and all that kind of stuff, like, part of my investments, and God bless my wife for allowing me to do it, because we spent a lot of money on lights and a new PC and, you know, all this stuff. But yeah, one of the things I say for first was a TV to take full advantage of the power of next gen systems. And, you know, a lot of people say that the LG OLED TV is the best on the market. I've played them both. I actually prefer this one because you don't have the risk of burn-in. The LG OLED is incredible. It has darker and more contrasty blacks for sure, but it's more or less a coin toss. I mean, they both look similarly incredible. So I'm very blessed and very, very fortunate. I mean, I'm very, very humbled that I'm able to kind of enjoy the setup that I do. So yeah, fortunately, I'm able to kind of see this in all of its glory, and it's like, yeah, I don't even know how to put it into words. And part of that's my buzz as well. But often words fail me with some of the things that I've been able to see on here. And by the way, for those of you who are new to the channel and you haven't liked the video yet, do me a favor. If you like what you're seeing, just click that like button. That's how you can support my channel the most. It's just liking stuff. You guys are commenting. I appreciate that. Let me reconnect my controller. There we go. And subscribe if you haven't already, and check out maybe some of my older videos. I've seen a lot of, I might have to pop in a new battery here, by the way. This does run on AA batteries, but I've been playing this for almost 3 weeks without a loss of charge constantly. So it's way better than I expected when it comes to batteries. But the best thing you guys can do to support me is just like spread the word. If you like any of my traditional content, if you like my live streams, you think people will get value out of it, you think they get a kick out of my humor, in those traditional videos, and then share it. That's how you can support me. Like, subscribe, share, all that good stuff. That's more important than monetary donation types of things. And I just appreciate all the early support, guys. I'm excited to see where this goes over the coming weeks, months, and years, and decades, because I ain't stopping. I'll tell you guys a story sometime. I originally wanted to do this when I was in, I got to change my batteries here then. I originally wanted to do this in 2008 when YouTube was, I'm still kicking myself that I didn't. When YouTube was first really getting big, came out in 2006, and then in 2008 started picking up. And I just always had a reason why not to do it. Oh, it's too expensive. I don't know what I'm doing, whatever. So finally I decided when I was 34 years old last year with 2 kids and a wife, oh, this would be a good time to finally go all in on that, you know. My wife supported me. She encouraged me to do it. It's really all her. Spent a ton of money getting all the equipment, and then, guys, I just started shooting video. I've learned all this myself. I'm a one-man shop. I'm a one-man show. So the lighting that you see here, it's just all me tinkering with it, you know, day in and day out. Video editing, I'll research a couple things online. But that's half the fun, is learning all these new disciplines, right? And I've just been having a blast. But the fact that within 9 months we've got almost 1,000 subscribers, and I've met so many cool people and folks like yourselves out there, it's just been already kind of the journey of a lifetime. And the fact that I know it's going to continue, God willing, it's just really cool, man. The future's bright. And thank you guys all for your support. And you'll probably get sick of me saying that. I repeat myself a lot, but I really am truly super appreciative of you guys, and it's been a blast getting to know you and do life together. Bankax says, not sure if my screen has HDR, but I got a 4K TV to play on. Yeah, you got a 4K, you can do HDR. Bankat, if you're running an Xbox console, the display menu will show you what modes your display will support. If you're confident with IT, give dev mode and RetroArch a try. Just tried tinkering myself. Good luck. Thanks, man. I definitely will do that. That explains that my IT guy wears a hat like that. Keep it up. Nice. Those IT folks got to stay together. I'm more information security, so I need to know like all about IT and how systems operate and transfer data and how to protect that data. But I'm also very much on like the policy side of things. I help run like information security programs. I've been a consultant for major, very large companies, those types of things. And that was kind of similar with what I'm doing here. Is like, I didn't like what I was doing about a decade ago. So I just decided I'm going to get into information security and find someone that'll give me a chance to learn and show what I got. And it's a whole history and story behind that. It's really cool, but I've come a really long way in those 10 years, and I've been extremely blessed and very fortunate to have a great career and the ability to kind of afford an Xbox and a PlayStation. And by the way, all the people that comment, just get both, whatever, dude, you could just get both. If you know what you're doing, if you're a real gamer, you can get both systems. Dude, the vast majority of people out there can't. But whether it's a time or a financial constraint, it's never lost on me, ever. How fortunate I am to be able to afford these consoles and this TV and this kind of, be able to invest in this kind of stuff. So many people out there aren't as fortunate, and they might be able, if they can afford any next generation consoles, only one. And in that case, they really need to make the right decision on which one. But I've seen a lot of those types of comments, and I hate them because it's so disconnected from reality. Neon Giant is a team of 12, by the way. Punches way out. Yeah, I lost my mind when I found that. I assumed that this was just an up-and-coming developer that was super well resourced by Microsoft, but that's not the case. It's just 12 people. I'm sure they outsourced work. I'm sure they use contractors and third parties, so I'm sure that number is actually higher. But the fact that it's a core team of 12 people is unbelievable, and they've done a much better job than even a CD Projekt Red did with their awful Cyberpunk 2077. Spoiler, there's a mech ability. Yep. Ratchet doesn't crank my clank, says Bangkok. Same here. I like some of the older Ratchet and Clanks. The original remake Insomniac did, and I love Insomniac as a developer. But man, they put all the time and effort into the graphics for this one. Seeing it going out there and getting a 10 out of 10 and people getting on their knees for Sony, just kind of as egregious as this game has been held down critically, in the opposite manner, they propped up Ratchet and Clank because it was a PlayStation 5 exclusive. It is not worth $70. It's a solid game overall. I give it a 7.5. It's good. That's it. It ain't no 10 out of 10. It ain't no 9 or 9.5 out of 10. And you got this concentrated, coordinated, aligned effort by the gaming media to try to make it something that it's not, while pushing down incredible efforts like this and robbing people who would otherwise be experiencing a great game. Or without Game Pass, right? Developers who would otherwise not have the chance to make a sequel, to make DLC, to start a new IP, right? That might need to go find a new job because their game wasn't successful, not because they didn't put out a true work of art, but because they were artificially taken off the map by people with conflicts of interest. Great input, dude. Salty. And I love seeing you guys talk amongst yourselves too. I've seen some really good conversation in these streams. I've absolutely loved seeing that. You guys going back and forth and meeting each other. That's also what this is all about here on BauerKillz. ST Reborn 311 says, Salty Doc, thanks. Stumbled on this fella. He gives off genuine gamer vibes. Hope to see his channel grow. Thank you so much, man. That means the world. Yeah, man. I mean, this is literally ingrained in every fiber in my being. As I mentioned many times before, I started playing games when I was literally 2 years old. I have video evidence of me at 3 years old. My mom, on her 34th birthday, I'm at her blouse, tugging on her blouse, asking her if I can go play Double Dragon, which was a regular Nintendo game, the original Double Dragon. And I remember it when it came out, how groundbreaking it was. There was a multiplayer mode and there was a knife that you could throw. It was epic. So ever since I was literally a toddler, or even late term baby, I guess. I don't know, is it 2-year-old? I'll probably say toddler. I've been playing games, man. And it's the one passion in my life that has carried through to everything else. I got some funny stories about it. If you guys check out my my video when I thanked the Horizon subreddit from a month or two back, I kind of talk about that, where in 4th grade, I would write my name as Sub-Zero, and my teachers would be like, no, seriously, you have to write your real name. And so I'd write Scorpion. So I kind of recount some of that in that video and some other places, but I'm glad you feel that way, man, because this is something that I could talk about all day, and I will talk about until the sun rises, because as you guys have probably picked up, I'm a little bit verbose. Talk a whole lot. But yeah, no, it's been the one passion in my life that from From the start of my life all the way up through now until the day I die, I will be a gamer at heart through and through. Although, it's console gaming. I don't know as much about PC because I gave up PC gaming after Duke Nukem 3D because what could ever match that, right? The last one I played was Painkiller. Back in like 04 maybe was the last time I really played PC games in any dedicated fashion. My TV tells me, says Disciple Maker, and welcome to the stream, Disciple, when HDR is engaged. Yeah, it's nice. I got game mode on this one. It pops up automatically. Reborn 311, it says, I refuse to overpay for a PS5, waiting to score a lucky find at retail, Target, Walmart, but I'm happy with Series XS. PC, Nintendo Switch, and my Jet Engine PS4 Pro. Yep, you'll be super disappointed with PS5, man. It is a step back massively from even the PS4 in a wide variety of ways. I've had one, fortunately, thanks to my cousin, picked one up for me, was able to snag one for me in the months leading up to launch, and I had to drive to a major metropolitan city to get it. So a couple hours drive, and I was all excited. I picked it up, and it's been a total and utter disappointment in practically every way since. Okay to add you on Xbox, Bauer says. Should you hear you? Yeah, why not? Feel free, man. Throw it on out here. Disciple Maker, I got my 13-year-old son to start watching you with me tonight. We enjoyed your content. Oh, thank you. Thank you. I'll have to keep that in mind because earlier I was sipping on a little adult drink. And occasionally I'll throw out the off-color joke or maybe maybe a non-PC comment here or there. But I try to keep things fairly clean because I do have some younger viewers as well. But that makes me feel like $1 million. Seriously, the fact that anyone would spend any amount of time listening to what I have to say or watching me play or watching any of my videos, it gives me those warm fuzzies. So that means a lot, man. Thank you. Good night. Have a good one, says Devin. Yeah, I'll see you tomorrow, man. We're going to play this tomorrow, so enjoy it. Bankat says, been playing games since 1984 myself. I was 4. Epic, man. How's it feel to be 40, by the way? Because I'm kind of already like 35. Bugged me out for the first time in my life, and typically my age never bothers me. It's the first time it ever did. And then I realized, like with 35, that I'll be closer to 40 than I am 30, and then I just, for like a day and a half, I melted down internally because I'm BauerKillz. I don't melt down in front of people. But in all seriousness, it's usually like my comparison to other people. Like I'll be like, Eddie Vedder is 57. And then I'll just lose my mind. Or the original Jurassic Park came out in 1993, and I remember seeing it in the theaters. And I still have nightmares about that freaking T-Rex with his little arms and that big mouth coming down through the Jeep every once in a while, you know? But it's typically like in relation to other things where I'm like, damn, I'm old, you know? Yeah, hopefully you're doing well with that. I still play my Gen 1 PS4. Nice. Otherwise, got a decent PC, a Switch, which I've been playing Skyward Sword on. Has been awesome. In the Series X. I got other stuff laying around like a Wii U and a PS3. A single man tear is all that fell that day. That's right. Single manly tear. That was it. Let's see. I think that's pretty much it for now. Yeah, guys, I can show you some stuff. I got like Nintendo powers from like the early 90s that have like the original review of Super Metroid in them, and you know, I got all types of memorabilia and stuff that I could show. But anyway, I gotta go pop in some Energizer batteries or Duracells, which is the official Xbox one. But I just find Energizer lasts a little bit longer. We got 3 weeks out of one double A's in here of playing this regularly. That's not bad at all. That's a fair trade-off. A little bit extra money than being able to charge it up, but the trade-offs are awesome. You can wirelessly update your controller. You don't have to worry about charging it all the time. There's so many positives that those minor trade-offs really aren't that big of a deal. So let me go grab some batteries, guys. I'll come back. I'll upgrade my weapons. We'll go back. We'll slay that boss, and then I'll shut down the stream tonight and say some final words, and then we'll go from there. So I'll be right back. Don't go anywhere. Stay right here, and we'll play a little bit more Ascent right here on BauerKillz. That would be quite the plot twist indeed, wouldn't it, Banquet? Yeah, I actually gave that my own thought, but then, I mean, I've never had an Xbox, ever. But maybe it was tied to a Microsoft account somewhere. Who knows? But, oops, dropped some of my batteries there. But no, I appreciate each and every one of you. Every single one of you. And you guys will, the more that you watch me play and do videos and stuff, the more you'll realize it. Do I get mushy every once in a while? Yeah, I do. Because this to me is a lifelong dream, man. Just to be able to reach people and talk about this medium that has literally changed and impacted my life. And I'm sure it has for you in a lot of ways too. You could call me a video game advocate in a lot of ways, but I just like doing life with people. I just love meeting people, hanging out, spending time together. I think it's somewhere down the line as I get a little bit more, momentum behind me. I'm going to start directly responding to some of these dishonest shills that are out there directly, doing video responses to them and calling them out directly. That's going to be my goal, is to kind of not just push back on developers that are out there, push back on publishers who are doing nasty things, critics, journalists, very loose with that term, but also a lot of the YouTube influencers out there doing a lot of the same types of things. But most importantly, I just want to introduce people to video games, man. Share them with people, and I use this phrase a lot. I've said it a million times. They do life together. I really do believe in that. But I appreciate each and every one of you. All right. I'd call you a verbose, sensitive, well-spoken X-Bot. Hey, that works for me, man. Thank you. Oh, nice. You can get Xbox Live messages on your PC. Hold Windows button and on keyboard and hit G. Okay. I mean, dude, I don't even know what to say at this point. Like, this integrated I got so much to learn about, like, this ecosystem and how it works and all the different capabilities. Just constantly blows my mind. If you guys rewatch this stream or go back to different parts of it, there have been multiple times tonight where I've just lost my damn mind at how cool all of this is, and how much of a value add, and how many new activities and things to engage in there are at such a more impressive level on Xbox than there is with PlayStation. I'm not just saying that because I'm an Xbox fan. I've been a PlayStation fan most of my life, and I'm still going to be playing PlayStation 5, right? With God, my throat is like, it feels like somebody from Mortal Kombat ripped my throat out, right, in a fatality, like I lost a match. But I mean, my eyes have been opened. I didn't know that this was the type of experience that this system offered. And it's so much more advanced and so much farther ahead when it comes to the UI and the user experience. It's staggering. I still need to relearn some of the Xbox stuff again, but the Windows button G I've been remembering a bit better from when I played Sea of Thieves with others a bit. Very cool. Yeah, it's good to know, man. Thanks for sharing. So I got, let's see, weapons. Let's upgrade some of these. We got plenty of, yeah, so you kind of have different funds here. So you see in the, well, sorry. So you can't really see. So right under where it says Passion Personified, you see these little gear icons. And this is some of the things that this game could do better. Right, and I'm sure they've already talked about patching in some tutorials to help. And I like the lack of hand-holding, to be honest with you. Kind of figuring this stuff out has been intuitive for the most part. Some haven't, but like with funds, you see like the different number of cogs, right? So here I've got 10 of these, right? Because I haven't upgraded this yet. So the base upgrade component is a basic component. It has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 cogs, and you see I have 10 funds. But if I go up one to my P1 Protector, which is a ballistic pistol that I've upgraded the hell out of, you'll see it has more cogs, and then my number changes. right? So there are like little subtle ways that the game kind of shows you what's going on, but you have to kind of pay attention or look some things up or just figure it out on your own, which to me is half the fun. All right, so let's upgrade these energy weapons here. Energy shotgun. Yeah, we're upgrading the crap out of that. 2, 4. There we go. All right, so we'll upgrade that to 2, and then let's get this superior going. 1, 2. Okay, we'll upgrade that, and then we'll upgrade that missing component. Fair enough. So I think we should be good to take on this spider now. All right, and by the way, there's another. There's a whole nother city. So this is like the lower levels of the city, which is obviously the poorer cities and the more gang warfare, more nasty negative things, as you would expect in any real good cyberpunk setting. You can feel the oppression at the lower levels of this city, but as you move up to the mid tier, as you get more jobs and as you start completing things in the game, you'll start to see kind of where the elitists are living and kind of how the city changes as you vertically scale up. And by the way, the verticality that exists in this game is awesome. You can be in the same area on your map, but you can be up, down, somewhere in the middle, and there's all types of different things to explore and quests to find and things to do. It's great. All right, so let's... I'm just going to call a taxi here. And by the way, anytime somebody tells you or you read a review that talks about the taxi being too expensive, it costs $1,000. I've got 117,000. Oh, I could only call a taxi 117,000 times to get to places, assuming I don't gain any more U-creds by, I don't know, killing everything in my path, exploring the environment, completing quests. You know, we're going to take a metro. We're going to take a metro so you guys can see... yeah. I'm going to go to the Warrens. So there are actual ways here that you'll actually go up. Like this is one where you enter and then you automatically get on the train, but there are other ones that have platforms and you see the train come up and you get on and then you see this cutscene. I mean, look at the lighting. The lighting and the use of color and the scale of everything. It really is a sight to behold, and you really can't get the true experience of it unless you're playing it on your big screen in front of you. I mean, look at that city. The game's a marvel to look at, and it's also a marvel to play. It's a marvel to play. It's got it. This game has it everywhere it counts. 6.7 isn't what Cyberpunk promised to be. 6.7 doesn't explore themes of slavery enough. You know, I tried to look for patterns. I was kind of like over here the other day, and I was like looking to see if the same ships were passing doing the same pattern. Nope. Didn't see a single one doing the same thing. It just looks like it's hit the deep stink. All right, guys. I'm pumped for this. This will be good. It's going to be good to be able to finally take this boss down, because when I first went in there, I had no idea what I was getting into. I started fighting robot enemies, and I realized, oh man, like I can't just brute force and ballistic, damage type my way through everything. I actually had to think about my build. I had to go back, grab some new weapons. And I love, by the way, the ability to walk slow or walk quicker or run. Like, I love when games don't just have like your one walking speed and then your one running speed, but they give you the ability to kind of have somewhere in between. It's like little things like that. I appreciate the minutia in games, when developers take the time to kind of give players options, even in small, in small areas like that. Oh, nice. I didn't even know that... Oh, this is cool. Alright, this is cool. Blow up. Blow up. Let's see. There's my shoddy. Oh, yeah, baby. Yes! Oh, man, is this satisfying. Oh yes, please give me more of an excuse to use my shotgun. I mean, the way that this assault rifle or energy weapons feel with the rumble profile compared to the others. I mean, the depth of rumble in this controller and what it conveys is so much more advanced than the rumble in the PlayStation controller. I just didn't even know that type of rumble was around until I started playing Xbox. The adaptive triggers and the haptic feedback are really good when they're used properly, but they really haven't been used properly all that well up to this point. Mostly annoying. I know I talked about this a little bit earlier, but I can't emphasize enough how impressed I am with this controller, including the rumble functionality. It's just a more deeper, more vibrant type of profile. But yeah, it's just the tangible difference between using energy weapons as well as shotguns and different ammunition types. Let's use that ballistic fuse. There we go. Blow them up, baby. And I haven't even looked, guys, at any of my other mods. My augments or my mods. I've just been rolling with these two for a while, and they've just been so satisfying. I haven't used them. Let's actually see before we get there. Let's see what else we got. Loadout augmentation. So you got 2 aug slots and you got two mod slots. So my mods is signal booster, Vitasign booster. So I don't have a second mod yet. AUG Mono Scrapper deploys a light monobot focused on close combat. The mono fighter doesn't last long, but should be enough to provide a temporary diversion while you reassess the combat situation. Getting a little tactical. Cybernetics scale the monobot's health. So then you've got that interplay between the mods and the augments that you're equipping, and the weapons and the armors and all that stuff, and where you've put your skills, which, by the way, you can respec if you want in the same playthrough. I got 3 skill points. I'm gonna put this into aiming. So right now I've just been pumping crit hit, weapon handling, and aiming with vital signs as well, which is of course your health. So I'm looking forward to multiple playthroughs, multiple characters, multiple builds, both solo and co-op, to see what's up. Let's see what else we got here. Volatile. Marks enemies within reach. Yeah, I already got that. Marked enemies explode upon death. Homing mim. Locks on to nearby enemies and fires homing missiles, barrage size determined by other subsystems. Designed for shock and awe, the homing multiple independent missiles platform, which is why it's called MIM, is guaranteed party pooper for any gang of lowlives coming at you. Already rocking the hydraulic slam. I used lock on fire for a bit. Empties the remainder of your clip with perfect accuracy and extra efficiency. That got me out of some tight spots. And then biometric timestamp. Record your vitals for restoration after a short amount of time. So for this game, I just hate the argument that this game has half-baked-in RPG elements and that it doesn't do enough. Man, get out of here with that nonsense. Oh yes, did you guys see that giblet explosion? I'm saving that. Yeah, that's getting saved. I'll show you guys here quickly the right speed as well, which is, if you guys have a PlayStation, you'll appreciate this. So I'm gonna go ahead. Oh, let me pause this first so that I don't get smoked. We'll go over here, recent captures. So this saves 1 minute. I've set it for 1 minute. Okay. So let's go ahead down here to simply trim. Okay, just like you would do with the PlayStation, right? But watch how fast this saves compared to what you would see on PlayStation. So I just saw an awesome situation where we saw meat giblets, which is like one of my favorite things in the world in games is meat giblets. So we got this augmentation, for those of you who have joined the stream that are new, that marks enemies and then they explode upon death. They balloon up, like the dude in 7 who's representing gluttony. They balloon up and then they explode. And this one killed another enemy in such a glorious fashion. So we're gonna trim this down. Okay. So we got that. You use your left stick to move over. There we go. So we'll just start there. We'll roll over here, and now we're gonna click save. Watch this write time. Watch how fast this is. Saving makes a fresh copy of your trim clip. No doubt. Here we go. Done. Done. I'm not joking when I say this. You would still be waiting on PlayStation 5 because their write time is absolutely abysmal. You'd still be waiting. I'm sitting there like, look, and you can't do anything else, by the way, while it's trimming. Instant. And then it plays it automatically for you. Just in every conceivable way I've seen to compare to PlayStation, small and large measures. Infinitely better. Let's see the giblets explosion. One last time. Watch this guy get big. So I hit him there, right there. Giblets. Oh, it's so satisfying. That'll go in a video at some point. I'll trim that, add that down. I also love that you can use barrels to do your dirty work. Hydraulic slam doing its thing. This game is so good. And most importantly, man, it's fun to play. It's just fun to play. So again, you can see that little green square at the top right of my screen up there that's moving around. So you can either look for your objectives that way, or you can just tap up, and it'll show you a path. I've heard some people say that doesn't always lead them to where they need to go. I've never experienced that. Every time I use that path, it takes me exactly where I need to go. I'm telling you though, that reload time is legit. The environmental destruction never gets old. The fact that all these enemies keep showing up never gets old. The combat, they're just flexing, guys. And that's what Neon Giant's doing. They're just flexing. Throwing enemies at you, knowing how good their combat is. It'll never get old. I mean, look at that. The particle effects on the screen are just... By the way, I just literally knocked that giant dude out of his body. You could see the outline of his body and kinetic energy just like float back and dissipate. And I also love the touch that you don't have, like, you have infinite ammo for whatever weapons you have. You just have to manage your reload. That's a great twin stick shooter and kind of old school Contra concept that works beautifully in this game. Just amazing design all the way around. Just picked up a new weapon skin, which is nice. You're always picking things up. Ultra giblets. I'm really digging these energy weapons. This is the first time I've really tinkered with them. Anything, you know, anything real. I wonder if you can do a build with sticky explosives, then punch their body away to blow up his friends. I'm sure you can. I am sure you can. Oh, another skin. All right. I'm going the wrong way. Grenade. If you guys could see the bottom right, you'd see my UI. Maybe I'll move my head next time I play this game so you guys can see it. I'll move it up to the left or something. All right, let's extend this out. I'm really looking forward to shredding these robots, man, because they gave me so much difficulty, man, earlier. And the game's so good and the combat's so good, you don't mind, like, if you run into a place you're not prepared for and you have to go back and do something. Like, it ain't no big deal. You're always leveling up and gaining experience either way. Dude, that hydraulic slam is just wrecking those big guys. Loving it. By the way, sorry guys if I'm getting a little... My throat is killing me and I'm so tired. I'm so tired. But, I'm loving it. There we go. We're about to get one of those classic flex moments to show off the environment they've put together. I mean, you get so many scenes like this throughout the game, and some will just put your freaking jaw on the ground, and you need to reattach it to your skull. These gremlin-like enemies are satisfying to blow up. You're not kidding. Yeah, let's see what they are. Let's see what they are. Let's go into our codex. Enemies. Ferals. So I'm controlling the way it's going back and forth, obviously. Spawned in the dank depths of the arcology, these genetic mishaps are constantly hunting for the next piece of unwary flesh to tear apart. The bigger ones will even throw stuff at you, so don't be a target. Captured ferals are commonly used for testing everything from cosmetics to invasive wetware. Which, by the way, there's a lore entry for wetware. Automated defense systems usually keep these ravenous critters confined to the lower sublevels, but those systems have gotten quite glitchy lately. Just outstanding work all the way around. Great writing. Love the 3D model. Love the codex and the bestiary. They didn't have to do any of that. Most twin stick shooters don't do any of that kind of stuff. But instead of picking up on that and appreciating it, critics have tried to tear it down for it. Sorry, guys. I know I'm beating a dead horse tonight. It just pisses me off. The ultimate giblets feast right there. Oh my gosh, I love it. This game, I'm using the L word. Giblet. Oh my God. Oh yeah. By the way, I love that you can reload while you're rolling, and it doesn't stop. Thanks for the ad, Bangcat. Let's see. I don't know where that went. I'll accept it later, man. But thanks for the ad. I got you. Still getting used to how the whole system works and how to navigate to things and all that stuff, because I've just been playing the games. Guys, we've cracked again another 4.5 hour stream this week. Awesome. Good stuff. Is this a chest? No, there are plenty of treasure chests straight up to open in this game, which is nice. Oh yeah, that's much easier. I mean, there's still no joke, don't get me wrong. That is much easier to take them down. Especially with that shoddy. That should make the boss manageable, because there was nothing I could do against the boss, because I just didn't have any energy weapons. I took it down to about a quarter health, but It wasn't happening. I knew I had to go back and re-gear and do all that good stuff. So look, behind cover, aiming over cover right here. Hitting the enemy. See that? Can't get hit, but you can aim up. See him aiming up? That is an integral part of this game as well, and it's a really nice system and a nice touch that they've added. I love it. Behind cover here. Get him with that assault rifle from behind cover. And I like that little walk that you do too when you're kind of tactically just looking around doing your thing, keeping your head down. Alright, I think it's about to get real here. Switch up to that shoddy right there, baby. There we go. And I love it too, because like just staying in one place behind cover is not an option because the AI will rush you. The different enemies will do different things. They'll be aggressive. I'm hurting for health right now. But also like staying out of cover and just running around like a madman also similarly will not get you where you need to go. Need to get some health here. Let's see. Make me earn it, huh? There we go, baby. You drop any health for me, buddy? You didn't. Okay, well, it's gonna buff out. It's all good. Buff it shall. Oh, see on my mini map that giant blurb or that giant circle? That's a bounty. I am really in need of a vending machine here or some type of crate that will contain health. Oh, here we go. Here's some crates. Do me right. Do me right. Come on. That's a lot of crates. And no health. No health for those crates. That's all good. There is a chest here, and there's some health at 50 HP. Let's get this chest open. Locked. Oh, I gotta hack it first. Oh, I can't. So I have to come back with an upgraded cyber deck to unlock that. I mean, look at the detail that the machine down there, the electricity arcs, the robot that's almost unseen working on it, trying to bring it back up. Even in your dungeons, they've just, the attention to detail is spectacular. All right, let's see what we got up this way. We got that bounty. Ooh. Oh, I'm gonna go down, guys. Shoot. Smoked. So let's see where it puts us. And I love, by the way, when you die, you get right back into it. I'm already back into it. Put us actually not really all that far away. Oh, I missed this room where I otherwise would have had some health that I could buy. Can't believe I missed that room. It's actually put me right next to the boss room. So here we go. All right. This is intense. Guys, I might be here for a while getting smoked. Oh man, that fire damage is no joke. Oh, I definitely got it down more than I have before, but this is gonna be intense. It's gonna be tight. Pick up a little bit of health here. Oh, it's a lot of health. That's a lot of health. Get the health. Get the health. There we go. Get a grenade out over there. There we go, baby. Get out of there. Get out of there. Get out of there. I gotta stay out of that. Oh no! I love that they put crates around the arena if you stay calm and you just keep your eyes where you're going. Oh guys, I'm so close to die. I love the challenge of this. And down he goes, baby. All right. But I needed to go back to town and upgrade. Oh. Uh-oh. Yes. All right. This?
That was refreshing.
Nice.
You should stand down, Indent. We don't want to disintegrate you just yet.
Good deal.
Were you trying to create a supernova just now?
Yup.
Because that's what your uninformed meddling with the Taurus containment field would have led to. That your stack boss asked you to do this only confirms his incompetence. Luckily, we are in control now. This tokamak is now the property of Y-Corp. So is your stack cluster, and so is every indent registered there, including yourself.
Ooh, I'm not working
Your
for Stack Boss
contracts
Poon
have been
anymore,
transferred
huh?
and renewed in accordance with existing agreements and standard protocol, etc., etc.
Corporations go into war. They've got a whole
what
lore
remains
behind
of
what
your
happens
pitiful
when
life
one comes out on top and
However,
all that
while
good
you have
stuff.
demonstrated
Your
an alarming
typical
lack of cognitive
ultra-capitalist,
skills,
crazy
you have
dystopian
also
future
shown
thing.
an aptitude for applying lethal solutions to conflicted situations.
Oh yeah.
This might be of some use to Y-Corp. So, we wish to test your abilities by giving you a special assignment. A trial of sorts. Success will raise you above the filthy mass of
Love that
regulated
I'm on
debts
fire.
and provide you with certain perks. And you'll be given a chance at earning your freedom.
Ooh.
We will set up an operations center in Cluster 13. Come find us there.
Sure. Oh, there we go, baby. I love seeing that that little health cylinder come around you when you level up and you see the little plus signs for health going up everywhere. Oh yeah. Oh, the sweet, 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 sweet loot. Oh, and that slight rumble in the controller as you pick it up. Now we got chests we can open here. Spider bots. Is that an augment? What do we got here? Spider bots, which scales with your cybernetics build. Deploys multiple explosive spider bots, which will seek out targets. It just keeps getting more awesome. An offensive weapon platform dispensing multiple kamikaze spider bots that'll eagerly rush to your enemies and explode in their faces. That works for me. All right, so what I want to do here, I love this shotgun, but what I want to do is drop the shotty for now and pop back this Hab Defender that I've upgraded a ton. So then I'll have one weapon for any robots. I'll have another weapon for any of these ferals that come through that we can just slaughter mercilessly. Let's see. So I got to make it. Do I need to make it all the way? Let's see. Is there a way I can... It looks like I got to work my way. I'm not that far away. All right. So that's a really nice touch right there. So because I beat the boss in that area, I can take a taxi back to wherever I need to go. That I have to go all the way back through the dungeon. Although, as you saw on that map, there was plenty of loot for me left to get there. But that's the equivalent right there of a magic rope from like Secret of Mana or any of your old school RPGs. It'll just take you to the beginning of the dungeon.
Stored and awaiting playback. Indent, we're waiting for you. Don't test our patience.
All right, so let's go talk with these folks quick, and then I'll say a couple words here, guys, and we'll shut down for the evening. By the way, I haven't shown you guys any of this world. There's so much that I've seen in here in so many different places. Oops, I went the wrong direction. So many different things to see and do, but just the environment. And maybe I'll go up a level. Maybe I'll show you. Oh, maybe not tonight. Let's see. Jeez, I got to be up in a few hours. All right. Let's get up there at Cluster 13. Talk with them, and we'll go from there. What do you guys think so far? You like what you're seeing? Does this look like a 6.7 aggregate game to you?
The Ascender Club now offers personal defense training. Sign up today.
By the way, if you want to, you can go postal. Doesn't really affect much. You just get some ragdoll physics, and they don't drop loot or anything. I've seen reviewers complaining that there's no repercussions for you killing innocent people, and give me a freaking break, man. Playing in a dystopian cyberpunk future, game that it's not the point. Right.
Caution, rising pollution levels detected.
All right, now we're back in Cluster 13. Let's go check out our new masters. Titanfall 2 flashbacks intensify. I haven't played Titanfall 2 yet, but I heard it's amazing. I heard that the campaign's incredible and the multiplayer is really good too. Heard that was also criminally underrated. Strider here, he says, nice, we'll be playing tonight. Awesome, man. Hope you enjoyed it. It takes a little bit to get going, but pretty much right off the bat, you're shooting stuff and having a blast. It's just a fun game, man.
Finally, Y Corp is looking to expand its property appropriation division, and you fit the profile.
Barely.
Barely. If you complete our test assignment, you'll be given a position with one of our corporate grab teams, as the indents call them.
Oh, nice.
I detest the term, but it does describe the work we do. We seek out contested property and transfer ownership of it to Y Corp. Sometimes a competing team is after the same property. Then we flatline them. It can be quite satisfying.
Satisfying. That word's come up a lot tonight, hasn't it? And all my streams.
As a Y
So
Corp
satisfying.
CTT operative,
You'll hear me
you'll
say
have
it a million
access to
times.
select gear, and you'll be covered by a premium Y Corp insurance policy. But first, you have to complete this assignment. We want the complete Ascent Group operations history. It is stored in one of their data vaults. You must locate the correct vault, re-imprint the Vault SI, and upload the desired data to our AGI.
I've also seen people complaining that they use too much jargon and too much lingo, like AGI. Read your codex if you care, right? Or just skip through everything and just say, point me to the next, just point in the direction where I can go fire my gun. Caters to a number of different types of players. I've kind of breathed the game in the world, and it's just too beautiful, too well designed not to. So I've been reading my codex, I've been taking my time, and I've been drinking it in like a fine wine, and it has just been a fantastic experience.
Complete this assignment, and you'll get a shot at earning your freedom further down the line. Your success will depend on your brawn trumping your inferior sapiens' brain.
Oh snap,
We
shots
expect this to
fired.
be a considerable
Metaphorically.
challenge. Our comms records show you've already collaborated with that notorious ice fiend Noghead.
Yep.
We suggest enlisting his aid again. Questions?
So here too, like you can ask more questions here and they'll answer you, but like there's not branching paths, right? Because that's not what this game's trying to be. It's not trying to have you do multiple decision trees that affect the entire world around you, and yet people are taking points off of the game for that. That's ridiculous. They never said that this was going to be that kind of game. The game's never intended to be that kind of game. It's something wholly different. And you've got all these amateur journalists, quote, out there being like, oh, we take points off for these types of things, and you add up all. So we won't do that tonight, guys. I'm stop here.
We have taken the liberty of bonding your imp with our AGI through the local data nodes. You should expect a slight
performance boost. Nice.
Now get going.
All right.
Hearing of clean code. Crisp and immediate. Like death.
Crisp and immediate like death. Did you hear it? So your imp. All right, let's take a look here quick. Your imp, right? This is the little thing in the top left. It's your assigned AI that talks to you. There are more imps on Velis than sentient organic beings, short for personality imprint. An imp is in essence a semi-sentient limited intelligence system that are employed everywhere, both as personal assistants and as system controllers on all levels of the net, capital N. Some are more powerful than others and all have, quote, personalities as such. These are usually just called SISs, sentient intelligences, rather than imps. Almost everyone in the Dusk have their own personal imp, also called limited intelligence assistants, helping them manage the day-to-day challenges of ordinary life in the Dusk, and it's common for imps to mold themselves around the owner's personality, often as a counterweight of sorts. They can be upgraded in different ways through additional modules, yada, yada, yada. So that little thing in the top left that keeps popping up with like the little face that just said, that's nice, crisp, clean code. It's crisp and immediate like death. Yeah, that's your personal imp. Imprinting. So we unlocked a couple things. Let's see, bios. This Kira girl that we're working for now. Let's see what that says. A secretive and howdy Aphorian apparently in charge of the mysterious Y Corp, which swiftly come in to grab property soon after the Ascent group collapsed. Kira has zero tolerance for stupidity and less patience with most her individuals whom she considers vastly inferior. It takes a lot to impress her. Okay. I really hope I found out what happened to Stack Boss Poon, because he's my boy. So we're going to go ahead and do, and by the way, if you go to quit, I really like this. It'll tell you the last time since you quit, which was 7 seconds ago, or the last time it auto-saved 7 seconds ago. It's always nice to kind of see that. But we're just going to do what we did with Halo the Master Chief Collection. We're just going to rock quick resume, which, by the way, I just love seeing this, so I'm going to go do it again. I played this a while back. You guys were here for it. We're going to get a quick resume here and just immediately go back right into the game. Where we were, and before I end tonight, I'm going to kill something. Oh, that's a friend. Sorry, buddy. My bad. Oh, that's good, guys. My bad. My bad. My bad. Just want to kill one. Just one enemy. It's not a jackal. Oh, this is where I came from. Okay.
What happened here?
Me and bad feeling about this. You always have bad feeling. You had bad feeling about hoarding food nipples.
Original graphics.
Jaws, I shall bite them shut.
Heretic!
Hold your fire. Hold your fire.
I wondered who the prophets would send to silence me. An arbiter. I'm flattered.
He's using a holodrome. He must be close. Come out so we may kill you.
Come on out so we may kill you.
Get in line.
Stand firm. The flood.
Flood. Base jumpers. I remember these guys from the first Halo. I didn't know they were back. Alright, that counts. Guys, we hit a 5-hour stream tonight. And it was a blast. Really enjoyed seeing each and every one of you as always. I appreciate you joining the stream tonight and for your support of my work. Thanks for being patient. Didn't get a video out this week, but it's coming. And multiple Xbox themed videos are coming as well. I got to rant. I got to go off and we got to talk about how beautiful this console is. And for so many different reasons, you got to get the word out. There's so many people that just have no clue about the type of user experience that exists here. The true capabilities of this. I just think there's a lot of people that would really, that would really enjoy this if they were just simply willing to take the leap. I'm really glad that I did. But most importantly, I'm really excited. Really excited to be growing on this channel, to be hanging out with you guys every week, and I appreciate you guys checking me out. Got a new subscriber, Sports Appetite. Thank you for the sub. Appreciate that. Just take one last gander here through live chat. We're at 920 subs. We're getting there. We're gonna hit 1,000 soon. Live chat. All right. If you like a challenge, says ST Reborn 311, and I mean challenge, try Risk of Rain 2. It is brutal and very atmospheric. Love the soundtrack, great in co-op. It's a roguelike. Yeah, I've heard of it. That's a really good call. I've got a lot of games on my backlog that I need to make my way through first, including indies. But I'll definitely keep that in the back of my mind for sure, especially when I'm in the mood for something like that. I'll definitely pull out Risk of Rain 2. Thanks for the recommendation, man. Appreciate that. I wonder if some of the weapons are like Warhammer 40k logic, where lasers work great on flesh, but not so much on armor unless it's a laser cannon. Maybe. I have no familiarity really with Warhammer. I know it's a board game. I know that there's a lot of games. I think there's novels. It's a whole media universe and franchise. But in this one, I guess your energy weapons are best used on robots. And then you got fire, explosives, ballistics, all that good stuff. We'll have to see how that works as we play more of the Ascent. Detailed graphics that look like they have more articles of Polygon than Gamergate. Nice. Super detailed and a lot more enjoyable. Yeah, for sure. Doesn't matter if you can't see your enemy. Just need to know where he is and fire more rounds than the Coast Guard on trading day. Yep. Pleasant conversation, only mildly on fire. This is fine. It's all good. All good. Xcoin, sorry I haven't been that chatty. I've been lurking. No worries, man. You don't have to be chatty. I just appreciate that you're here. People will filter in and out. Some people watch. I've got like a solid section of people who just watch these like later after they're recorded and archived on my channel, which is really, really cool. Some people don't want to do the live engagement thing. They're a little more introverted, which is cool. So never an issue for me. Like if you just want to kind of hang out, I just want you to get value and entertainment out of what you're seeing. So no issues there, Xcoin. I'm on my second playthrough of Titanfall 2. It's a tearjerker at the end. I've heard that, which is crazy. I definitely need to play through it at some point, no question. Don't get into the habit of not sleeping before work. Games, you're in a list. Yeah. Glad co-op pancake. You crap me up, man. Glad co-op says Salty Doc hasn't gone away. Multiplayer took over for a while, but couch co-op on a game like this, I thought it was just overcooked or children's games. No, it's the bee's knees. It ain't no joke, man. It ain't no joke. And that it takes two couch co-op is really cool if you have a significant other to play it with. If you can look past kind of like the childish nature of it, it's very lighthearted. It's not really mature at all. But it's still a really great game design. That's a fun couch co-op. Also, A Way Out, same people that made that, is good. Yeah, co-op needs to make I think a stronger comeback. I'm really glad to see such a strong, fantastic exclusive title on here. Actually, the first game I played on my Xbox Series X was The Ascent, while Halo the Master Chief Collection was getting put on my system, and I immediately, when that was loaded, I kind of switched between them. But really cool to see that co-op game is here, and is such just a great title overall, and just as great to play solo. Sorry, friend, been drinking a little smack. That's how it goes. Tom Servo says you want sleep. Mystery Science Theater 3000 reference right here. I love it. Drinking and talking smack, or actually drinking smack. No, he smacked the friendly. I did, dude. I caused a giant blood spatter on the floor. I was like, my bad, dude. He's a jackal. Hey, it's going to buff out. Salty Doc, take care of your family. Take care of yourself. Keep up the good work. Stick with it. Not too late. And I'm old as F. Yeah, man. First thing, take care of your family. That's my goal in life, man. My goal in life is to take care of my family, primarily through my faith, by just trusting what the big guy upstairs is telling me to do. And it's never steered me wrong. But that's my number one priority, man. I'm so blessed to have the family that I do. Take care of myself. Starting to do that. I've been working out, eating right. Going to lose a bunch of weight. You guys will see over the course of the next few videos. I actually lost 40 pounds. If you look at some of my videos from last year, you'll see I was much heavier. I was bigger. I had chipmunk cheeks going on, all that kind of stuff. Certainly going to take care of myself, man. Thanks for the kind words and support, brother. I appreciate that. I'm old as F. I'm sure you're not, man. Old as F is like 80s, you know. But I love that you're here, and I appreciate it. Don't forget to try Dolby Atmos and try the emulator stuff. Oh, yeah, good call. Good call. Hit enough Covenant aliens against the wall, and it looks like a black light poster in a weed den. It sure does. Yep. Salty Doc says, haven't lost my COVID 30 yet. Enjoy it, man. The world's burning. The least you can do is eat and enjoy your food. A lot of it's overblown, man. It's what's going on is shameful. It's a whole nother topic. I'll try not to get too political here, but wherever you are, I try to end all of my videos and all of my live streams the same way, and I'll do that here shortly. But before I do, thank you guys so much as always for being here. Loved hanging out with you. We hit 5 hours. Which is just a second 5-hour Arsenal stream. Really cool. And I'm glad you guys hung around while I was playing on Xbox and not necessarily Horizon. Sometimes I might be playing my Nintendo Switch. I might be doing any number of things. So whatever you guys want to see, just keep me in the loop. Check out my older videos if you want. I think you guys will probably get a kick out of that if you like my humor and my traditional stuff. And if you haven't already, I know I keep saying it, sorry. But if you haven't yet, like, subscribe, comment, all that good stuff. You guys have already done plenty of commenting. But seriously, guys, have a great Friday night. Have a great weekend. And appreciate everything you do. Stay safe. Stay healthy. God bless. And we'll see you in the next live stream. Take care, guys. Good night.